Thank you for patiently waiting, Kim. All right, are we warm enough? Should I turn the heat down? I'm actually warm enough. Okay, that's what I thought was gonna happen, but I am gonna close this because we're gonna get into, we're gonna be moving and it's gonna be pretty torturous after a few. Okay. That's instead of so we need, we're gonna be doing asana. So clear things away from your mat. We have an extra space here if someone wants to set up here. I think we're, yeah, because did anyone get a picture of this?
No.
Just for Jillian and Eric. Hold on, do it again.
Gotcha.
We need to not sure yet. Right, so Kim, just have your mat ready and like any of your blocks and stuff nearby for going through. Okay, sorry, here's that. This is yours. Right, so we've all been studying and practicing our sequence up through warm-up, right? We know a restorative pose in the beginning. We have some breath stuff that we can use. We're prepping you guys for, like, you have to have your sequence by the end of this class. Our first community class is March 8th. So we want to make sure Janice is set up for success. And then, yeah, for sure, she for sure does. So we already have supported fish pose, which is what you guys are going to use. Or we've also done like the twist, but trust me, just start with fish pose, and then you'll have like other things to choose from. Like, you know how we did the restorative poses, we wrote down all the restorative ones. Warm-up postures, we wrote those down. Your sequence is going to start with fish pose and breathing, just regular breathing. For your practice classes, okay? Over time, you can add some of the pranayama stuff we just talked about, whatever. We're good through warm up. Where did we stop? Right before we're going to down dog, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we're keeping that same sequence, but that's kind of what I have already.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's what you guys are gonna teach. And then, so now we're on to standing, right? We need a transition to get to standing. Okay, our transition to get to standing is going to be down dog, because you want to have at least one down dog, you know, to practice. And so when you're done with the hands and knees thing, you're going to cue through down dog, which you guys are going to practice today or tomorrow. Depends on how much time we have. And you're not going to stay there very long, okay? And remember, down dog is one of the things that you need to give people an escape. Like by now, like the first time you're in child's pose, you're telling them this is the pose that you can come into at any time throughout the class if you need to take a break or if you just want to, whatever. So by the time we're in down dog, I tell people we're not going to be here long, but if you do need to come into that break pose, go ahead and do it. And so we'll practice teaching it. All right, transition is down dog. And then from down dog, you're gonna cue people into move the body a little bit, and then we're gonna get to the front of our mat the best way you can. That might be for some of us coming down to our knees first, stepping forward, big steps, little steps, whatever. I don't even watch people do it. I just let them get to the front of their mat. And then, so down dog, get to the front of your mat. And then from here, I usually pause and allow people to just get into their legs a little bit. We just hang forward. So I tell them to separate their feet to the edges of the mat, hang forward, maybe sway a little bit, maybe let the neck go, and just take a few breaths there. All right, so forward, which, by the way, sorry, but thank you. By the way, the forward fold is a version of Uttanasana, right? Not Utkatasana, which is chair pose, Uttanasana, which is forward fold. We're not digging into forward folds yet, but there are times where I use this as an opportunity for people to use blocks, talk about forward fold, like you can pause and use this, you know, if you're feeling it, but not for the practice classes just yet, okay? For now, we're just like, this is the transition. We're just making it as simple as possible. So hang forward and then come halfway up. I always make people come halfway up. Because why?
So you don't get dizzy?
Yeah. Yeah, so they don't pass out. That's a lot of, I mean, we're upside down for.
You don't get extra credit for that?
Yeah. It's such an honor to have you pass out in my class. Pass out asana. Yeah, so halfway up, plus that is an opportunity for, like, I will cue, keep your back nice and strong, keep your legs nice and strong. So that is a way for them to just start feeling like, oh, I have to like use muscles in yoga. And then from there, I will tell them, press your feet as you inhale the arms all the way up. That way they're also, these are tricky little things to get people to think of the opposites. Press your feet while you reach up. So you're grounding down and reaching up at the same time, right? But we don't have to explain all of that unless we decide that's what will be what we focus on for today, but not for the practice class. Okay, halfway up and then to standing. Okay, so now that we are at standing, that's just transition, right? Now that we're at standing, what are we gonna do? What poses do you guys wanna start with? We're gonna do this collectively because you're all gonna teach the same class.
Just real quick, when you says hang forward and halfway up, you would go back down and then over it, or does it?
No, I mean, I think just hanging down halfway up to get the blood back to balance and then coming all the way up the spine. Yeah, in other classes, we don't care if you pass out. We're just like go up and down, go up and down, go up and down. I'm just kidding. People still care. We're just, cause this is hard enough. Down dog, stepping to the front of your mat, all of folding forward, that's all very hard things. And but you're paying attention, like you can tell somebody's body by their down dog, by their forward fold. You're able to observe so much and get so much information from this. And it's important, and we'll practice cueing this, okay? I'm gonna like take you guys through this sequence so you can get the verbiage also. Allowing people to bend their knees as much as possible, allowing people to not worry, because if they've seen a down dog on the cover of Yoga Journal, that's a perfect, you know, feet, hands. You know how often I see a down dog like that? Like 10% of the time, 10% max. There we go. Yeah.
Got something going on in the fire.
Now that was the wrong leg. Sitting bones up, bend the knees. So Some people write their sequences down with stick figures and then just like, just sort of, yeah. Yoga stick figures are fun. That is a long spine. It goes right into the neck. Yes, so we've already learned some things about down dog and some cues, but we're gonna go over it again and again and again. All right, so what pose are we doing first? Think of the ones that you've already, yep, Tadasana. Take a moment in Tadasana. It's another moment after you've done the floor stuff and the transition to gather your breath. Usually this is where I'll also be like, we're gonna take 3 full breaths here, and I'll just take people through 3 full breaths before we move on to like warrior one or something like that. So this is where you can have people look at their alignment. Depending on what you're gonna be focusing on, Tadasana could be 5 minutes, it could be 30 seconds, right? It's all gonna depend on the people that you have. But if you spend too long in Tadasana explanation, you're gonna lose your people. So let's, when your people are in Tadasana, your students, let's focus on how the feet are pointed, where the feet are at, and where the weight is distributed. Let's focus a lot on the feet, yeah? And then you could just tell them, and you know, as you press your feet evenly, just lift the heart and lengthen, and then soften your shoulders away from your ears. And we're just gonna breathe here for 5 breaths. And for poses like that, it's important that you tell people you can gaze on the floor, or you can have your eyes closed if you're comfortable with that. I was not comfortable closing my eyes in Tadasana for a very long time. I needed to see what was going on around me. I was way too much in control, or, you know, thought I was in control, needed to be in control, which was fine, like now it's no problem, but I couldn't keep my balance in Tadasana with my eyes closed for a very long time, even after being a teacher. So I always gave people the option. But here's the reason you wanna actually bring it up, is because otherwise they're gonna look at you and it gets really awkward. People are like looking at you, you know, you want them to look at the floor, all right? Like don't look at me. You can remind them that in every pose. Go ahead and find a focus point. Go ahead and gaze at the floor. Close your eyes if you want. Doesn't matter where you look, just look somewhere and keep your focus there. All right, so we're gonna do Tadasana. Tadasana with 3 to 4 focuses. And then after that, we're gonna take like 3 breaths. Just inhale the arms up, exhale the arms down. Because you know what, even in my beginner classes, I'll do one of these, right? I do it for people who've been with me a while. If there's a new person, I don't. So I'll bring the arms up and then down, and then reverse it and then down. This is even a lot of confusion. It can be. So just bring the arms up and inhale the arms up. So yeah, doing one of those. So I'm just gonna put 3 breaths, because if you forget to do inhale the arms up and then down, you could still just take, I don't know, you could take 3 really focused breaths just standing with the hand over the heart, or in, you know, whatever. After the breaths, I typically will get it to some lateral stretches again. So it'll be like inhale the arms up, grab your left wrist, lean to the right. Inhale to center, grab the right wrist, lean to the left. These are all just like transitions that you can use over and over again. And because that one is a little bit confusing when it comes to right left, I will make sure I'm at the front of the room and I'll turn my back and do it so that they're seeing the direction I'm going, and it's just easier. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna put lateral stretch. Okay, now we're ready for a pose, another pose. Because this is like filler stuff that's also like, okay, we just focused really, you know, for a little bit on Tadasana. Let's take a couple of breaths Now let's focus on another pose. What do you want it to be? Give me an appropriate beginner class pose. Standing posture. Which one?
One.
Yes, warrior one. Vira one, Virabhadrasana one. It's perfect. That's what I do just about every time. All right. Warrior one. Okay, so we'll talk people through warrior one on one side and then warrior one on the other side. Is that how you want to do it? Okay. And then give me another pose. Appropriate pose. The one that I'm thinking of, I don't know if we've gone over it yet, but it's in the other asana packet that I sent.
Look how organized your mind is. Wow.
Love it.
Too kind to put everything out.
Alright.
That looks
I
awesome.
also sat there at the printer for me. I was like, I don't know when it's gonna stop, but I need your help.
Okay, let's see, we've got Tadasana, we've got warrior one. After doing something that's like one leg each, maybe we could do something that brings the spine back to neutral. What do you think? What do you want that to be? You guys have been in my class, yeah? I
Wait,
can't.
I'm
Is the wide legged forward fold? Is that, what were you gonna say, Ken?
yeah, I'm blanking on what it's called. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You guys are thinking that. What is
What's it
it
called?
called?
I asked
Well,
first.
first of all, what's it called? Second of all, what are you gonna call it in a beginner class?
Wide leg forward fold.
Wide leg forward fold, yep. Sometimes I don't even call it anything. I just say step the feet apart. We're gonna, take a break here. I wanna hear you guys say what the name of it is though.
Parasita Paschimottanasana. Maybe?
Pasarita Padottanasana. Yep, Pasarita. Yep. Wide leg forward fold. And so like when I was writing my sequence down, I knew my own shorthand language and I would just put WL FB, wide leg forward bend, whatever. Cause you like honestly, you could do warrior one on one leg, fold forward, take a break. Warrior one other leg, fold forward, take a break. Like you can do that at light sitting down too in the seated postures. Do a pose, go to child's pose. Do the other leg, go to child's pose. Like if you're trying to fill time and your mind is blank, just do the poses more than once. Yeah. You could do, this is just for exploration later, not for this class, right? But you could do warrior one, and then you could do a wide leg forward fold. And then after that, you could do warrior one again, bless you, to see if it feels any different after opening the hamstrings a little bit more, kind of explore that. All of that stuff is totally appropriate. You're teaching people about their body, right? As long as you're going slowly, because that would probably take up all the standing time. So we want to do wide leg forward fold, right? I'm gonna put WLFF because we're calling it wide leg forward fold. It's not gonna look like it is in the picture, right? You're gonna have a lot of bent knees. We've talked about actually how people don't separate their feet far enough, but it's far enough for them at the time. The way that I like to do it is focusing on the spine, because what is like a huge problem that people have sitting in chairs all day or hunching forward, right? We're trying to train people to get their shoulder blades to go towards each other and down. And there's a lot of weak upper backs out there, and tight hips because of it, tight hamstrings because of the tucks. So those are always the things that we're really focusing on. It rarely, I mean, yeah, shoulders, but like, this is a bigger problem. This is why your shoulders are tight or why your back hurts. So with the wide leg forward fold, you could spend a full 5 minutes on this with a block. We've done that before. Okay, even if you know your hamstrings are nice and long, we're all using a block. We're all starting at the same level. And then we're gonna inhale, lengthen, get the legs strong, and then fold forward again, flatten the block a little bit maybe. If you feel your knees start to bend or if you feel your back start to round, just stay where you are. Some people will need 2 blocks, 3 blocks. Do you guys wanna spend a few minutes at wide leg forward fold with people?
Yes.
Cause it is a pose that they enjoy, but you can just you can do it with a block. Yeah, okay.
Is there a way?
Yeah, yes. Wide leg forward fold with a block or blocks. And I'm gonna put like extra, I'm just gonna put extra. So we're not just doing it as a break, we're actually gonna teach our students something here. Okay, and then coming out of it slowly, and then even though it's a beginner class, I still always cue people to hop to the front of their mat. And I tell them, even that little hop to the front of your mat is gonna strengthen your bones, it's really good for, you know, osteoporosis and whatever, balance. I've never had an issue with that, so I'm gonna like just share that with you guys. Not everybody, like you would be surprised to see how much of a struggle it actually is to hop to the front of your mat. But it's a really important transition. If I see a lot of people struggling with it, I might be like, or just step, no big deal. You know, just that you have to be reading the room at all times, right? Okay, what's next? Do you think we should do one more standing pose or do you think we're good?
A tree.
That's balance, but yes, we will do that for sure. Do you wanna do one more standing pose before going on to tree?
Yes.
Cause that would be the perfect time to go to tree pose, would be either now or after doing one more pose.
I would do one more. I mean, warrior 2 or warrior, I don't know. I feel like warrior 1, go forward to warrior 3, but
Yeah, warrior 2 and warrior 3 are really hard for beginners.
yeah. So it would be like a,
But you could do it.
You do chair pose before tree pose?
I rarely do chair pose in a beginner class. But that doesn't mean you can't do it. You don't wanna do it? Because
I really
I like chair pose.
So
Yeah.
something that you could do is, like, we could pull the theme of blocks through this class, right? Okay, so warrior 1, we can have students hold a block out in front of them and just like practice bringing the arms up and just, you can tell them wherever it stops, just be, you know, just hold the block to train your arms, basically. We could do that for one side and then let them take a break or let them do it try without the block on the other side. And then we move to wide leg forward fold. And then we could, we said chair pose, right? Or what was the other one?
Tree.
Okay, so
for
then,
balance though.
yeah, we could practice chair pose. Literally 3 breaths, right? You can just say, we're gonna do one more pose where we're gonna be extending our arms to the block. Just a few breaths, this is gonna be the hardest part of our class, and then we're done with it. So then you could have them bring the arms up to the block and sit back in that chair that's really far away. Try to sit back in that chair that's really far away. That would be fine. As long as it's only a few breaths. Just 3 breaths here. And then what are some key components to tree pose that you would focus on for beginners? Because we did go into that one already.
I would
For
say
alignment.
starting with your, for alignment.
Yeah, that counts for alignment.
Equally pressing into all sides of the foot and then like starting on the ground is probably where I would start beginner. That's like
I love it.
start there.
I love it. So you could have them put the block down in front of them. Okay, we're gonna focus on safety of the knees and having the weight in the back of the body. So you can have them grab the block, bring their feet and knees touching as much as they can. And then just have them drop the hips and bring the arms up and see where it takes them. Just let them, it doesn't matter how far you go, let's just give it a try and see how it goes. Take 3 breaths. When you're done with your 3 breaths, bring the block down. For a pose like that, you definitely want, like, I never really count breaths for people in a beginner class. I let them do it. Ashtanga is really the only class that we count breaths for. Not for this one, but eventually we could do that one, and then I'll show you how, because we are gonna go over that. Because that one I've done in beginner classes too.
What about siding though? You ever
I've done that one, yeah.
I'd rather do siding like than chair. Myself.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, that's good. We have chair. We're good. We're gonna do chair from the ground. Make it a theme where we're focusing on shoulder rotation.
Well, that works too, because we just use the block. Forward. Right?
Yeah.
Just take your block and.
Yeah.
go.
It really, like, having the props too really normalizes just using support. And I usually tell people too, like, if you're gonna go to anyone else's class, just know there are props in that closet. You just take what you feel like you need. You don't have to wait for a teacher to tell you. And it kind of teaches them like these options. All right, so we're moving from my like forward fold to chair with block. Because there's a beginner way to do a lot of stuff. Even like Rachel was talking about the camel pose, Ustrasana. There's a way to do camel pose a beginner way. With blocks against the wall. We can do it if we have time. Okay. All right, so from chair, what are we gonna do to like recover from that? Forward. Yeah, I would say just have everyone separate their feet all the way to the edges of their mat and just hang forward. And whenever we're cueing to hang forward, people are gonna automatically do this, but you can say you can just let your arms hang, you can grab opposite elbows, let your knees bend as much as you need to, just take a break here. This is a break. Chair with block, and then forward fold. Break. Okay, then, totally agree. Sorry, I did a little bit of walking, it was so nice out, but if you smell BO, it's probably me. I would say tree pose, also known as what? Vrikshasana. Vrikshasana. Tree pose would be perfect to do next. Do you guys feel comfortable with teaching a beginner tree pose? Like I'm gonna give you, like we'll go through this, but I don't have to go through it right now, right? I could just say tree pose, because you can use a block for tree pose. You could even, if people wanna use the block again for their tree pose, they can, or you can tell them to keep it on the floor to rest their toes on it. You know, things like that. So once we like record this section of it, before you guys teach each other, yeah, we'll go through that. Okay, so tree pose.
Can I ask a question about tree pose?
Yeah.
Is it okay that you just teach it to that extent?
Yeah.
That you don't even say, if you can, put your
Absolutely.
foot up further.
The only time I do that is when I see people doing it.
Like when they're able to, they just automatically go there.
Even brand new people, they'll do tree pose with their foot in their freaking thigh, and they're like, it's a disaster. So I make sure if somebody's gonna do that, which you have no idea if they will,
Right.
if they will, be prepared to show them like, okay, you're doing this, but make sure you're paying attention to these things. Because even when you give people limits, they're gonna go beyond that. I tell people all the time not to put their foot on their knee. They're trying to go higher than their shin, they put it right on their knee. Sometimes I've even repeated it, like, and just make sure you're not pressing on the knee joint, you know? But you do what you can do. So be prepared to teach further, but you can absolutely. especially if the focus that day is gonna be arms, you know? Yeah. I mean, shoot, you could do tree pose against the wall. You know, sacrum against the wall to train people, like if you were focusing on more hip rotation stuff, because a lot of people have a tendency to turn out to the side just to get their knee further out to the side. So then you could put your sacrum against the wall and then have people be honest with their pelvis and then bring the knee out to the side, you know, and you could do it with your toes on a block, that kind of thing. Yeah, the more comfortable you get, the more fun you can really have. At least for me, it's super fun. I love it. All right, what next? How are we gonna get back to the floor? Because we're done with standing.
And then I forward fold and I step back to down dog.
Yeah,
And then they could come down to their knees and do child's pose or something.
yeah. I think that's appropriate. I usually don't throw in a second down dog, but you can. Here's what you can do, okay? This is what you're gonna have to think in the moment. If you have a class full of people that did down dog, like, they're strong, they did down dog just fine the first time, then absolutely, transition down, walk them into another down dog. You guys did this so great, we're gonna do it one more time. If it was a difficult down dog for everyone, then just send them right to their knees. Good? I'm gonna watch for that in all your classes. I'm gonna watch for that now. I'll be like, why didn't you do the second down dog? Or why did you do the second down dog?
I thought it was really good not making him chaturanga.
No.
Right.
Although I do, when I'm showing them to, like if I'm doing prone positions after, I will definitely, I'll show them from the knees, like, and then lower yourself down. You know, I try to show them at least to get it in their mind that we're not like breaking the back. But many people are breaking their backs, it's okay. We're undoing all the work we've just done with not standing up. That's another class, right? Now, since you already have the breath, the warm up, and then you transition to standing, you don't have to spend a ton of time on the floor again. You'll figure this out time-wise, like just trust me with the hour, this is good. If you have a very short warm up, then you'll go to standing and then you'll have more floor time at the end. So it just depends, you're gonna have more floor time in the beginning or the end. And somebody remind me, okay, first let me write transition down. Okay, so transition. I'm just gonna put it down. You guys can fill in your own words there. I'll just write it, I don't know. DD, maybe. Okay, so now we're at the floor. What did we do for warm-ups? Tell me, because you can do the same exact thing. There's no rules against that. You can cool down the same, like using the same couple postures. But what do we have? Okay, we started with that for our restorative and breathing, and then hug the knees, twist,
Figure four.
figure four, then twist. What else?
Child's pose with
Child's
lateral
pose.
stretching.
Okay, so then we flip to our hands and knees.
Yep.
Okay,
Child's
child's
Yeah,
pose,
walking
lateral
in and
stretching,
out. And then cat,
and then the cat cow, or the cat,
thread the needle.
thread the needle. So we're already hitting everything. We've already, so this downtime can be pretty much whatever you want it to be. When I do a tree pose, sometimes I'll do a supine tree pose where you're laying on your back and just opening the hips one more time, but you don't have to use the muscle to do it.
What if you did like Tadasana and then doing just that one too, just
Yeah. Okay, so
sitting instead of lying down?
we're doing down dog and then coming to hands and knees, right? And then from there, yeah, you could do Dandasana. You could use it as a learning moment, like, okay, now we're gonna do like that, like the mountain pose we did standing up, we're gonna do that same thing, but it's a floor one. So we're gonna try to sit up tall, cross through our feet, lift the heart, and just take a few breaths, because this is hard. You just have to be ready to give people support under the hip joints if they need it. Yep, and then just teaching them again to be active. Yeah, so Dandasana for a few breaths. And then you're gonna lie down. I think this is a good point to lie down. And anytime I'm lying back down, it just feels good to hug the knees. Just hug the knees. When in doubt, go into child's pose or hug the knees. Who was in my class a couple weeks ago where I had to leave the room? Were you in there, Kim?
Yeah, I was.
Tell me what that was like from a student perspective.
Just fine. Oh, sorry.
Yeah? Okay. What was the startling part about it?
Just the surprise of it, I mean, it wasn't a problem, just.
Yeah. Like, oh, she's leaving the
What's
room.
happening?
Yeah. So basically, I had to go to the bath. I had to use the bathroom really bad. Another perimenopause symptom. It was not going to wait till the end of class. So, and I was just like, all right, you guys are going to go in child's pose. Just stay here for a few breaths. I'm going to be right back. So I just, like, you have to think of like emergencies like that, you know? And then when I came back, we just finished our class. So, yeah. But be prepared for things like that too.
Did you take anything out then because when you came back, time passed or?
I don't remember, to be honest. I don't remember. But I am like, you have to look at the time pretty often.
I guess it would kind of come off of your Shavasana at the end, in a way.
I don't take off of Shavasana.
Okay.
I probably had them hug the knees, and then we probably just did a stretch and went into Shavasana, depending. I mean, I was only gone for like 2 minutes.
Well, you do your classes intuitionally now anyway, right?
Yeah. I probably looked at the time when I got back, saw how many minutes I had, and then filled that up. Because I can tell what will take 2 minutes, 3 minutes, or 5 minutes at this point, you know? Okay, Dandasana, hug knees. So you're gonna lie down, hug the knees. And then, what do you think? Let's add a couple of extra things just in case. Just in case you have extra time,
I'll just I was looking at the sequence, and if we do down dog or just go straight to hands and knees, I just really like the idea of moving into like child's pose.
Yeah.
You're already on hands and knees and.
Yeah.
Is it all right with that?
Absolutely, yeah.
Sounds like
And look, you might want to do that, but it depends on how much time you have. So let's think about it. We're in down dog. We're only transitioning, right? So we might be here just for like a breath or two, and then you can either have them go to child's pose, or you could be like, all right, have a seat. However you need to sit down, and then Dandasana. So you guys could, you can decide that. Were you gonna say something? Okay. Either way, you're gonna end up lying down, hugging the knees. And then from here, you could do one of two things, or if you have enough time, 2 things. Because you are ending your class 10 minutes before the end of your class. Shavasana should be starting at 10 minutes prior. That'll give you enough time to get people in it. By then you have 8 minutes left, you know, talking people down a little bit, and then you have 5 minutes left, and you always want to pull people out 2 minutes, hold on. 2 minutes before the actual end of your class. That's how long it takes to pull someone out of Shavasana safely.
And we're doing a 60-minute class.
60-minute class, yep. Okay, so hugging knees. So here's what you could do after hugging knees. You could bring them into another twist, or you can bring them into that supine tree pose for one more hip opener. So you can choose one, or you might have enough time to do both. You might not have enough time to do either. This is where you're starting to determine at the end of the class what can go or stay or whatever. By this point, you've already done everything. Have we done a back bend yet, actually?
We have not. I don't think so.
Maybe when in Tadasana.
Is this
Oh,
like
you
a
could-
fish pose?
like-
Yes, we did it back then,
Yeah,
yep,
support.
okay.
Right, you always start with one.
And then Vidalasana too. I
Check the
guess.
box.
Exactly, like it's
Yeah,
always.
yeah, and in Vidalasana, you're doing extension.
Yes.
Yeah, you're doing all that, so you're good, yeah. Okay, so then you have the choice or whatever. Supine tree. Twist. You can do the same twist or a different twist. It's up to you. And then I'm not gonna write this down, but this is just from experience and what people enjoy and what it feels like you don't wanna abruptly go from that last pose and be like, okay, Shavasana's fine. Sometimes I'll tell people, you know, if you feel like you need something else at this point, go ahead and do that, because their body might be needing something that everybody might be needing something different. Or you could tell them to everybody's gonna take a long stretch and then prepare for Shavasana. Sometimes if there's enough time, like if I'm still killing time at this point, I'll have people take a stretch, I'll have them hug their knees, go into happy baby maybe, and then I'll be like, take whatever you need. So these are just some last things that you may or may not have time for. But you should really have them at least stretch before going into Shavasana, just to bring everything back to neutral. A really good way to end a class too is legs up, whether that's legs up the wall or just depending on how much time you have, just sitting on the hands or a block with legs up. For this particular class, just know you have a couple of tricks in the bag. You decide what feels right for that class. You're gonna have to practice some of that intuition for your classes.
That's like the 2 minute, like getting you into, is that what you're saying? Or that's more.
Actually,
like
no.
4.
10 minutes before is when we should be doing our last stretches. Last stretch, hug of the knees, finish up, and then get ready for Shavasana. Because for a beginner, especially if there's a new person in the class, they're just not, they're like staying in the stretch. They're like, I don't know what Shavasana is, you know, whatever. So if I see people do that, I'll be like, go ahead and get ready for Shavasana, bring your arms down towards the sides of your body. If you have any socks or sweatshirts you wanna put on, go ahead and do that. It's okay to get as comfortable as possible, support yourself, all the things.
That's what that 2 minutes is for.
Yeah.
It's literally like, hey, we stopped, complete transition.
Yeah, so you should have about, and don't get too like obsessed about it,
Yeah.
but you will start to feel where the time is. So 8 minutes left, right? How are we gonna talk our people into Shavasana? Because you guys are gonna need a totally separate Shavasana script that you're gonna do. I don't know about you or how comfortable you are with this. Like in Ashtanga, we don't do a script. We just let people be quiet. In a beginner class, we really wanna talk people in that transition of calming down again. So a good way, like what are some of your favorite Shavasanas that you've had? What do you like?
Yeah, you mentioned like soften the eyebrows, letting the eyes fall back into the head, take the tongue off the roof of the mouth.
Yeah.
Breathing into the belly, chest, and collarbone. Those are like the key
Good.
points I like there.
Yeah, okay. So you like the top down. Whatever you decide to do for Shavasana for a beginner, it should be stellar. Every single time you want a stellar Shavasana, okay? Don't cut new people short on that opportunity to relax because they don't always know how to do it on their own. And that's why we really wanna make sure we have that 8 minutes because 3 minutes of that is gonna be you talking. If you're running short on time, like you guys might be like, oh shoot, I only have 5 minutes left. All right, you're gonna calmly, no matter if you're running short on time or not, you're gonna take 3 deep breaths here and allow the body to soften. We're gonna sit in silence for the next few moments. I'll watch the time for you. If you're running short, it could be as simple as that. If you have the full 8 minutes, then start I mean, we usually start at the top of the head and work our way down. I know some people like starting at the feet and working their way up. You decide as a teacher what you wanna do. But maybe just take it in chunks. I think the reason why we focus on the from top to bottom is people don't have a hard time relaxing their feet. They have a really hard time relaxing the jaw, softening the brow, softening the shoulders, like we're trying to get them to get used to all of this. Release, release, release. Each time you exhale, feel the shoulders drop towards the mat. So when I started, I just wrote down exactly word for word what my Shavasana was gonna be. But I'm also able to read and make it sound more natural. So it's okay if you don't want to do that because you don't want it to sound robotic.
So maybe practice it a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Just know that people's eyes for the most part are not, like they're not gonna be watching you. So it's okay if you read something. So usually I'll start out like, okay, we're gonna take 3 deep breaths just to have that transition, soften. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. And then we can keep it pretty general because depending on where you are in your in teaching, you could just have more silent time, you know? The next thing I would say is soften all the muscles in the face. Release the jaw. And carry that wave of release down the neck, into the shoulders, the collarbones. You can pause. Carry that release down the spine. Allow the pelvis to feel heavy. And notice how this releases all the muscles in the legs. All the way down, out through the toes. Feeling every single muscle in the body soften. As if your body is sinking into your mat. And that should honestly be enough. The last thing we want to say, because especially if there's new people, they're going to be like, well, what the hell, am I just laying here? What am I doing? You know, they're like, every now and then you'll have like, like, okay, is everyone still lying down? You know, all the time. So, and I'll either just be looking away or I'll be like, you're not like. So I tell them exactly what's gonna happen. This is part of like that trauma stuff too, right? Let them know exactly what's gonna happen. For the next few moments, we're gonna lie here in silence. When your mind begins to wander, because it will. That's like a line that I use all the time, because it will. Because if there's something that I've really noticed, it's people think their mind is supposed to shut off, and it doesn't. When your mind begins to wander, because it will, bring your focus or your awareness back to your inhale and exhale. And depending on how much time there is left, I'll say I'll watch the time for you. Right now you have nowhere to go, nobody else to take care of. These next few moments are for you, or allow yourself this gift of rest. And sometimes, you guys, like if you're doing a lot of talking through, like know that the beginning of that talking is the beginning of their shavasana, okay? So we definitely want at least a few minutes of silence. But if there's only 2 minutes left after that talking, there's only 2 minutes left, okay? We want to stretch that out as long as possible with total silence, except for the music playing in the background, of course. And then when your clock hits that exact number, which is 2 minutes before the end of your class, you're going to start to pull them out. Very gently, not abruptly, allow your awareness. What do I say? Bring your awareness back to your breath. Or allow your inhales to begin to deepen. And your exhales to lengthen. It's hard after silence to not be like, bring your awareness back to, you know, like you almost have to bring your awareness back to your breath. Because these people are on another planet right now, you know? Think about it, and in a beginner class, what are some things that we're never gonna do? And by never, I mean know your students eventually, but what are we not going to do to take people out of Shavasana that you might see in other classes? Noise, ting sha cymbals, singing bowl. I only do that for people that I know very well enough to know that they're okay with that. I never, ever, ever, ever have noise coming out of Shavasana when there is a brand new person in my class. I've told you guys, there's only one really big thing that still affects me in my PTSD, and that is noise, an alarming noise. So here we've taken people through a whole yoga class, breathing, nice, long, relaxing Shavasana. And then boom, we've alerted their nervous system again, okay? With our voice or with a freaking symbol, whatever. So just let it be soft. And then make it that 2 minutes is gonna go by quickly, but talk slow and softly so it feels like another 20, you know? When you're ready. If I have 2 full minutes left, I'll slowly take them out of it. If people are just falling out of Shavasana after 5 minutes, then the Shavasana ends up being shorter. And so I need to have them move more at the end. So that's how we kind of make up that time. Okay, so I'm gonna have them stretch, or I'm gonna have them wiggle their fingers and toes, and I'm gonna tell them to hug their knees, and I'm gonna tell them to stretch. If I only have a couple minutes left, I'll just, start moving the body, and then eventually roll onto your side. And then Kim, because of you, I think because I know your Shavasana, I see you in the beginning when I had you, this is for learning stuff, not judgy stuff. Because remember, bringing up lying on your side is just not comfortable for you.
Mhm.
And so I've taken that into consideration. I don't know if you've noticed this, but when you're in my beginner class, I say something different when I put people on their side. I'll be go ahead and roll to your side, or you can come up to a seated position whenever you're ready.
Yeah.
So I just
yeah.
make it a little bit more, because honestly, I've just never run into that before. But when you do relearn and reteach yourself, your students are telling you what they need. So yeah, that's
Thanks.
something that you could do. Huh?
Thanks.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Kim, I used to not like it either.
But Coley never said anything.
Nope, I don't say
And I think I probably assumed that you just hated Shavasana altogether.
Right, that was just
You know? Yeah. Yeah. So if you have some people who you see are just wiggling their toes, tapping their fingers, because they'll do that, because Coley used to do that too. And then there's some people that are just they're not even wiggling their fingers yet. They're just I'll say something start to move or find more stillness. Whatever you need, just do that, okay? So lots of just permission. And then have you guys come up with a way that you're ending your class? Cause once you're sitting in your class, once you're sitting back up, I usually tell people to come back to any seated position that's comfortable for them. Some people will come to their knees, some people will just, whatever, like, just give them permission to sit however they want. If there's a brand new person in my beginner class, I will say, if you want to join us in closing class, then bring your hands together in front of your heart. If it's younger kids, I give them a couple options. If it's people I know, I just say, put your hands together, like, you know what we're doing here. How are you gonna close your class? Have you guys thought about it?
So when I do my turn up classes, I end with us like giving a hug to ourselves and, you know, being appreciative that what we did, and then maybe.
Yeah, I love it. Are you also gonna end with, like, there has to be a thank you involved?
Yeah,
Okay,
there will.
and it could just be that, until you guys find out what you like. Yeah.
I think I do it myself, and then, yeah, it's like if they want to, they could.
I really like what you say. and
Yeah.
I
I know,
just
right?
do it.
Right?
Okay, so-
Only Zenner trainees can do it. So you guys can take my closing. Yeah, you can absolutely take that closing, use that closing, share it, add whatever you want to it.
It really stood out to me the first class, you had a feeling you had the teacher and me, honors the teacher, and you, I was like, oh.
I know, sometimes my eyes are watering thinking about it, because that's the idea behind Namaste. Is I was here to teach you something today, hopefully, but you were actually here to teach me just as much. And thank you for that, because each time it's different. So nobody's gonna say namaste though, right?
Right.
So like Kim and Steve, like they say namaste-ji, which is a different, it's not saying like, it's like a higher respect of namaste. It still doesn't mean the light in me honors the light in you. It still doesn't mean that. But yeah. America. I don't know.
Somebody made it mean that.
I honestly don't know. White people do all kinds of stuff to be appropriate. They made it whatever they wanted to. So you could, like, if you're not sure, if you just, because I don't know if you know this, but you're gonna be at the front of a class and everyone's gonna be looking at you. If you just are done, just say thank you. Thank you. This is the Anjali Mudra, right? Have we talked about this? It's not prayer hands, that's different. Anjali Mudra is, yeah. So it's like you have something in here to offer. It's an offering. And people actually do put, like, there's flowers or whatever when you're giving it like a gift to somebody. So that is something that I do at the end of my class as well. Like, I do one of these because it's like an offering to everybody. You can keep it super simple and just say thank you. Thanks for being here today. Just something, there are some times where I'm just like really full of gratitude. And I'm like, I just really appreciate you guys, I really do, that's all just whatever, from the heart. Because people will feel that. They'll feel your stuff. Okay, there's your script. When you guys come in tomorrow morning, I'm gonna take you through that, okay? So
The whole thing, everything, or just?
sure. Do you want me to take you through the whole thing?
Sure.
And you guys are going to then teach each other it tomorrow, okay? So we got some asanas to do.
When we teach it though, we'll just do the second. Is that what we're gonna do?
Oh, no, yes, when you
Okay.
guys teach it to each other, you're gonna start from the warm up for tomorrow, not the actual class, the class you're gonna do the whole class, but for practicing, because you already got to do the warm up and all of that, you're just gonna start at
Standing.
transition to standing, back down all the way to Shavasana, okay? Do you have any questions about that? Are we feeling confident, like we can do this? I mean, yeah,
When I walked out to a part of like my class, the little beginner part, I like almost like, it came up to a part where I was like, ooh, I didn't wanna sit like, do this part yet, but I was like, he doesn't know.
he doesn't know.
Yeah, I was like, he doesn't know, that made me
If
feel
you make a
better.
mistake, if
He
you
doesn't
make,
know what I have written down.
yeah, if you make a mistake, just keep going.
Still yoga.
It's still
And he's
yoga.
saying it like that. It's still
Nobody's
yoga.
gonna know.
Yeah, it's still yoga.
Don't stop and be like, oh, shoot, no.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I
Just
forgot
keep,
something.
yeah. Even if you forget the other side of a leg, just keep going. A student is either gonna be like, oh, okay, maybe we don't do that today, or, no,
They may not understand.
remember, before you start this class, you are giving up everything. You are putting your ego to the side. You are here to, how can you best be of service to these students in this class? I used to say that every single time I stepped in. Please show me and tell me how I can be of maximum service to these people today that have decided to come into this room. And then whether you messed up or not, you did what you were there to do, and that was out of your control. It's just practice of giving up control too,
After that, how is it a mess up? Right?
Exactly.
Exactly what
That was a
happened.
divine mess up, if anything. All right, take a picture. Especially if my guy's up there, that's awesome. We don't know what that arrow is pointing to. Like, it's a
Uh-huh.
slack arrow, that's curling the sitting bones up towards the ceiling.
Yeah,
That was
that's a,
like letting a fart out.
It might be a part.
Yeah.
yeah.
I do have a question as far as like spraying sequences and sequences in the future. Are lunges beginner friendly?
It depends. I say no just to like be to be impactful, dramatic.
Keep that in mind.
If you have a group of beginners that have been with you a while and you know their bodies, depending on, know your audience. You can absolutely have people come to a block and then maybe try to step their foot forward for lunges, Kim. Or, do that, come here, and then maybe do a little bit of just movement. It's really, I cannot stress enough how hard it is to bring a foot to the front of the mat for so many people. So many people have such a hard time doing this.
That was one of my goals when I started yoga.
Yeah, and Coley wasn't even 40 years old yet.
I know.
There are plenty of young people that can't do it. That's why when we're if I do a lunge, first I make sure, of course, there's take cushion under the knee, of course, if you need it, but I'll have them stand on their knees. And then just this action is a lot for a beginner. Not all of them. Some people will come in here and I've had students who on day one can do the hardest bind, but it's really, if somebody's coming to the beginner, the lunges require a lot of hip opening, require a lot of muscle, and flexion in the hip, right? Flexion in the hip. This is a really hard thing for people to do.
I saw Josh do a lunge, and after he was like, I can't lie, my ankles are sweating. I look at his ankles and feet, he was like, they're sweating right now. I'm laughing because I'm like, wow,
Jeff said
can do
that,
a lunge.
His ankles were sweating.
Yeah.
And he's a big muscular dude,
He's not comfortable at all. So he was
Good
just
job,
like,
Jazz.
He was like, well, I want to do it.
right? So we can see somebody that, well, first of all, what kind of people are coming to your class? Perfectionists, people who have low self-esteem. And this is just saying, in this studio, we have beginners that are really unsure about yoga, and they probably have some other baggage they're bringing with them, right? Which everybody does. So, you wouldn't think that lunge is that difficult.
Yeah, no, he was like, I was checking for the spine alignment and everything. He was in it really good, but
Yeah.
he was like, he's a perfectionist, so he was trying to be as perfect as possible.
Yeah.
And he was like, his ankles were sweating.
That's so funny. Jazz asked if lunge was an appropriate pose for beginner class, so it was a depending on, but typically no. Because we've done it with a block, we've done it breaking it down real slow. And sometimes I have people that come to my class, like if I had all of you in my beginner class, just testing out the class. Maybe you all end up observing my class at the same time and nobody else is there. We're gonna do a lunch. We could do a lunch. You know what I mean? I talked about the women's lacrosse team, right? Coming from the university, we'll probably do a lunch in that class. They're athletes.
Sure.
They're athletes, they most likely have enough hip flexion and they're probably super tight. But I'm gonna find out in the beginning, like maybe I do supine tree in the beginning and see how their hips are, or I have them interlace their fingers behind their knee and see where their hamstrings and their hip flexion are. And then, so then I know, is this a safe class to do a lungeon, you know? That's a good question. Because you're identifying people's body parts before you decide kind of what to do later with them, right? You can plan this, but if you have somebody who is, like you're saying that everybody just doesn't need, or maybe everybody's needing hip stuff, and this whole block thing we have with the shoulders, like that ain't gonna happen. Maybe we got everybody who's like this with their shoulder rotation, you know? And we just focus on, okay, just keep the block here in warrior one. Maybe we keep the block in front of us. This is part of reading the room, being present, observing the body parts that come to your class. All right, so you guys ready to move a little bit? Did we digest enough food? Take a break first?
Yeah.
Just 5 minutes, just 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And somebody took a picture of this?
Yes. Jen, can you tell us, it's okay, I call you Jen, I realize.
Yeah, no,
I do that more often than that.
Oh, you're good.
You had said that one of the other Friday night classes had been moved to 5 p.m. Can you tell us which one that was?
Yeah, I have to, it's actually on the Zen
It's on-
schedule. Yeah, I wanna say it's, I think it's one in April. I'm not for sure, but it's the same night as the women's circle.
Right.
And that starts at 6:30, so that is the reason for that.
Yes, April 12th, it looks like.
Okay. You guys are all working on signing up for those, right? Okay.
Have you
So I
heard
need to
from
think-
Jillian at all about dates she wants?
Gosh, let me
She's
see.
the only one I don't.
I think she posted just one.
Cause she was assisting at Jazz's March 8th.
Jillian also has May 5th, so May 5th will be Jillian teaching. And she had that she was gonna assist Jazz on March 8th.
Yeah, when we originally, the very first time we talked to
Okay.
Jazz at that March 8th, she was gonna assist.
Then we're gonna stick with that.
Hey, Sam, I apologize, Jillian had already taken the May 5th class.
What's the other?
The other one's March 17th, the other Sunday.
You can do it, Sam.
March, what day was it?
I'm putting you down.
What are they doing, sir?
March 17th.
So
You got this.
I'll leave that leave.
That was here.
The 12th, 26th.
12, 26.
What do you have? Day.
So it's all April
From your class.
and May.
Yeah, and the 26th is the, you know,
Oh, sorry.
normal Friday night here. The April 12th is at 5 p.m. The other two are 6:30.
Hello.
we'll do Friday, April 12th.
Have you guys thought about like, a reading or a theme that you wanna, like, not a theme, but like something you wanna sing at the beginning of your class? Have you thought about that? You wanna, you don't have to have that, but if you want that
I wrote
and you wanna run it by me.
Well, what I was gonna do, which is probably a good thing to talk about it. I was gonna greet everyone, and then, if, you know how you allow people to talk if they know each other and stuff. And then I was gonna start off by thanking them for allowing me to teach them, I'm in teachers training, and then let's get into this.
Okay. Yeah, that's great. I think that's great. If you guys do come up with something that you wanna read or teach or affirmation to think about, whatever, just run it by me. And I can give you some feedback.
I'm taking Friday, April 12th at 5 p.m.
Okay.
for teaching. And then what days are left for assisting?
Let's see, assisting. And don't show we have anybody for Kim. How did you want to handle that with
Jazz is gonna assist
Jasmine
online
online
that
assist
day.
Kim?
Mhm.
Yes, that's the big
She's like,
We just have to
Sure,
know what
whichever
Kim's
day.
dates are.
Kim is May 24th.
Kim is May 24th? Oh, that's right, she's in person that day.
Person that day.
Okay, hold on then.
birthday weekend.
Yep, me and Coley.
And graduation.
Graduation.
You guys know we're having a huge party at my house, right?
Awesome.
You know, it's my son's graduation, right?
We don't have to have it that weekend, but we want Kim to be there too.
Hey, Jazz, can you come back in town for the weekend?
I'll try, cause it's just gonna be a lot of fun. Did I say that loud enough? I was thinking of talking to y'all. I'm gonna try, I don't know. I'm gonna try, cause it's gonna be a lot.
Let's talk.
Okay, so,
Any other assistants?
She said May 24th.
yeah, do you wanna be her online assistant? Okay. So Jazz is gonna be, assisting.
Sam needs someone on March 17th.
Oh my god, I just saw that you texted me, Jen. Oh, that's okay. I'm like 2 hours ago. That is okay.
What time is that class?
10 a.m. So
Sorry, been 2 hours. Okay, you put me down as assistant.
You're gonna assist on the 17th?
Yeah.
And then we need someone to assist on the 12th. That's Coley is teaching that day.
Is that the Sunday? What is
No,
it?
Friday. Friday.
Oh, sorry.
Because that might be a good one, because Kim, you can do it online. People are gonna register online too.
What day is it though?
It is April 12th,
that's a 5 p.m.
5 p.m.
Yep, I can do that.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. Perfect.
Kim will assist for that one. And then who, Deb, you're the only other one that I don't have written down.
Yeah, so Reagan is teaching on March 22nd.
Oh, no, I do have you. You're right,
Yeah,
okay.
we'll flip it the next week.
Is that everybody? I think
It
I
is
do
everybody.
assist.
Did Eric choose to stay?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Sam needs to assist.
Sam, could you assist Jillian on makeup?
Mhm. Yeah,
I think that's everybody, and
awesome.
that leaves a bit of a gap. The April 26th and May 10th classes don't have any teachers or assists. I don't know what you want.
Let me think about it.
We could get bonus points. Or
Right? Bonus points,
Extra practice.
Right.
Yeah,
free copies.
all right, we'll keep those dates open for now. Okay, did everybody get the packet, the second packet? Okay, so,
You said all of the packets in one, didn't it? Is that your packet?
the asana packets, I believe I sent this week, right?
I had to request, I requested this one again, I think.
Yeah. I don't think that. Look in your email or your junk. And for now, you guys can just share, right? Okay. Let's just quickly go over months 1 through 5 to make sure that we're comfortable with, modifications
Bless
and
you.
scrubs. Bless you. Now, I know we've talked about this a ton. We're not touching people in a beginner class. Like, almost never. But I still want you to have some, practice in your back pocket of doing some adjustments and stuff like that. Something that I've noticed, this was even true with me, like in my first teacher training, the adjustments and assists were so awkward. I didn't touch people for a very long time. I used verbal cues. I had like 1 or 2 things that I would do in my back pocket. One of them was pushing on the bottom of people's backs in child's pose. And the other one was rotating people's arms in the right direction in like Virabhamasasana. So we're training people to be able to do headstand with us, right? So if people were like this, we're doing that external rotation to like make sure that they're grounding the humeri. Yeah. And we'll practice those. But those are the only 2 that I really did for years. That doesn't mean that you won't or you can't. It was because I was uncomfortable with it. I had to do more anatomy training, more teaching, lots of everything before I was comfortable doing more. I did training just in assists and adjustments. Like I went to specific classes that just focus on that. In the Ashtanga world, like Cole, you're totally comfortable with it, I'm sure.
Yeah, there's just some people where I'm like if I can tell their hammies are really tight, I'm like, I don't feel comfortable doing certain things.
Yeah, and
So I
it'll
have to like
be,
pick and choose what I assist them with.
but in the Ashtanga world, it's all about touching people. So like, it's totally different, okay? So just know that I'm gonna give you some adjustment stuff, like hands-on stuff that we're gonna try, but don't feel obligated to do these. And know that it's totally normal that it takes years to get comfortable with touching other people. And you're comfortable doing it now, right? So then, what? The more you learn, the less you know.
I mean,
feel comfortable with.
Yeah, I'll bug everybody, but
Yeah.
like pressing on like the backs of their shoulders or something like that is totally different because then you can hurt them.
Or you can trigger them.
Yeah.
So and since you're
So
teaching
people don't like
beginners,
Yeah.
just there's a lot to that, okay?
Come to Ashtanga training. Yeah.
Yeah, go to the Ashtanga training, you'll be sick of touching people. You're gonna have to be comfortable with touching sweat and touching feet and touching, okay.
You
And so
have
literally
not-
use a towel to put on people, so you're not slipping off of their sweaty backs.
It's not like, I mean, it's just normal because we're doing Ashtanga.
I'm
Everybody's
literally
sweaty.
sitting on people. I'm sitting on people.
You're like, grab my legs.
Yes. Let me put my shins on your sweaty back. Now take your sweaty hands and grab my feet. Some weird shit that you're never gonna do with beginners, okay? Because even in Ashtanga, we don't do that with people. Like it's still that these are the rules we're gonna go over. Assists are when you are like helping somebody go deeper. Which you have to be really careful about because it's those deepening assists that hurt people. If you're not sure of something, you just don't do anything. So the assists are helping people go deeper or showing their body a direction to go that they're not, like making that mind-body connection, right? Like, oh, I can actually twist open like this. All right, so helping go deeper or training or teaching mind-body connection. Adjustments. are for like alignment and safety. Okay. So that's that. We use these words interchangeably. You can say adjust or assist. No one's gonna be like, it's not an assist, that's an adjustment. Who cares? Do you want me to help you? You know? Some rules about touching people. Ugh. I'm putting this in all capital letters because it's freaking important. There are rules to this part of yoga. Number 1. Don't touch new people. Like, don't even consider it. When is somebody not new anymore? You're gonna decide that with that person, okay? I feel like that's a life lesson. Yeah. Don't touch new people. It's like 0, 0 tolerance for that. Do not touch new people. Okay. Number 2, when it is time to touch somebody, which may never happen, you might work with somebody for years. They might be coming to your class for years. And you never give them an adjustment, and that's okay. This is not a required thing. But when it is time, you're gonna ask them permission. Ask permission. How do we ask permission? Like, give me an example, Chloe.
So I'll slowly approach someone's mat, and so I'm not like startling them. Is one main thing.
Hey, do you mind if I push on your back?
And I say, would it be all right if I assist you or adjust you?
Yeah.
That's all I say.
Or even just like, is it okay if I just put my hand here and help you twist open? Is it okay if I put my hands on you? Is a good one too. I do say that a lot. And again, it just like depends on the person, because saying, can I put my hands on you? They might be like, where, what, you know? Yeah. Is it okay if I help you? Something like that. Is it okay if I touch you? You know, that's, and usually, well, here's when I say that, but let me preface it. If I'm coming up to your hands and saying, we need to get your shoulders, we need to get your arms to rotate in this direction, is it okay if I touch you? Okay.
That's very different.
Yes.
Yeah.
Um,
Because you're specific on the touch.
mhm. Yeah, is it okay if somebody's like in child's pose, their head is down, and it's somebody that you know, still, is it okay if I put my hands on your lower back and give you pressure? Okay. We, at this studio, we have chips that are permission chips. 0 people have used them. Nobody ever uses them. You did?
I don't remember who the teacher was, but yes.
Was it like yes or no? Like, yeah, because the yes doesn't guarantee, but it does give us the idea like, okay, so Deb is okay with that, or she's not okay with that. Because here's the thing about chips too, it can isolate a person. If they have it as a no, like the ones we have are the same color, so you can't really tell if it's saying yes or no, but the teacher can tell. But some places will have them and they're red and green. And so that is a way to feel apart from too, you know? So the chips are helpful, but can also be harmful, you know, it's just something to think about. So,
Can we use those in our classroom beginning class?
Well, would you be touching someone in a beginner class?
Oh, yeah, you would.
yeah, now I would say
Not for these purposes.
yes, eventually, like if you're in all levels class or in an Ashtanga class, we don't even, like, you're not gonna be coming there unless you know we're gonna get a hands-on adjustment. So yeah, for an all levels class, it would be good. And typically, like in Ashtanga, once we get your permission, like the first time, we're never asking you again. We might tell you, hey, is it okay if, you know, I'm gonna come in and do this, or do you want my help? In a class where you are giving an adjustment or an assist, if you ask permission for that class, like I can't see a reason why you would touch somebody more than once anyways. But if you did, you wouldn't necessarily have to ask them again, but you could. It just is so personal, it just depends on the person. I think I've talked about how even in Ashtanga, I've had a couple of students with it's motorcycle season in mountains. Even in Ashtanga, I had students who have really high anxiety, and I always tell them when I'm standing by them, I barely touch them, and if I am going to, I'll say, are you good with me giving you this adjustment, you know? And even if I've known them for years, it just depends on the person. Okay. When you do finally, like, know the person, ask permission because you have some sort of reason to put your hands on them. The third part is don't touch them in a creepy way. No creepy hands, no creepy fingers. You're not just gonna like touch them in a way that is creepy. If you're gonna give somebody an adjustment, you give it with confidence. You put your hands on them and you move them the way that they are needing to be moved. Okay? No creepy hands.
It's not like this.
And we'll give examples.
Again, all life lessons.
Rules for life, not just you. No creepy.
I just think of thing.
You guys, I'm not kidding. I've heard stories. I've heard stories that are horrifying for people who have tried yoga. Have you ever had any weird touches in yoga? I mean, I've shared my experience with you, right? Somebody I met for the first time took their hands along the sides of my body and pulled rubbed all the way down. And I was so triggered, like I can feel it in my body right now, how triggered I was. And then I was like this the whole class. It was a workshop. I was like this, and then I got called out for that. You know, it's really good if we pay attention to the way that we stand, and instead of putting your arms something like this, it's better to have them like this for your posture. Oh, I was doubly pissed. That Jennifer, I went into total protection mode. That Jennifer did not have the voice to say something at that time or to even walk out. Yeah. Today, I would have stood up in the front of that class and been like, look, I'm leaving because this teacher didn't ask permission to touch me, and I hope that none of you have to deal with that. Bye-bye. 0 out of 5 stars. I was, yeah. Okay. Bless her heart, that Jennifer, she needed to go through those things. Okay. No creepy hands. Here's the other thing. If you're getting a vibe that says get away from me, get away. And of course the permission thing, that would come probably before permission. But I'm gonna put it here. Trust your vibe. Trust the vibe. Trust the vibe and walk away. And that is gonna go like right here. I have been at a point where it's like, okay, is it okay if I just move your arms this way? No, thanks. Totally rejected. Okay, no worries. Hurt yourself. No, I'm just kidding. No worries. Honestly, no worries. Like, if somebody is wanting to get an adjustment and you're feeling like, I don't really want to do this, I'm feeling off about it, you don't have to. There are some people who want adjustments, like they want to be touched, don't get me wrong. I've been asked, can you press on our lower backs?
Especially if you've done it before and
Yeah.
enjoyed it.
Can you do this adjustment? And if I don't have it to give, like it's an energy exchange. If I don't have it to give, you know, gotta be honest about that. I think there was a time that, it's like a story that Taylor talked about, you know, there was somebody who was going into Mari D, and which is a pretty intense bind, right? And sometimes students are really like, I'm in here for you to give me the adjustment so I can go deeper. So she was like, you know, like waiting for an adjustment. She was waiting there because that's what you also have to do in the MISA room. Sometimes if the teacher's busy, you just wait. And he said that he came by her and started, it was the only time that he didn't trust the vibe. He started to adjust her because he was feeling like, I don't know. And she popped her collarbone.
Oof. Oof.
Yep. He's like, I should have listened to that. There was a red flag somewhere, and you know.
Could have said, like, you actually look good today or something like that.
Oh yeah, it's okay to tell a student no.
We're
Like,
not doing that today.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, what is the best way to say the no?
well, in the
No.
Ashtanga room, it's different because we're a little bit more direct. Like, you know what? I think you're good today.
Yeah, that's.
Or I'll be like, you know what? We're not doing that today.
Try it on your own today.
Try it on your own today.
Mhm.
But if I'm like, yeah, see, I really just don't give adjustments in other classes besides that. I don't know, you gotta trust what comes up.
I think in my personal opinion, a good one to write down is like trying to keep adjustments brief. Like don't have too long. It's like, cause you're touching someone, or just don't touch.
Actually, and it depends, like, if you're going to give an assist where, okay, somebody's in triangle pose, but you guys are gonna all learn how to do that. How you're gonna assist in triangle pose. If somebody is doing the pose correctly and the alignment is good, but I want them to like rotate more or something like that, I'm taking them to a place they've never been before, and so I am gonna stay with them for like a few breaths. If I'm doing an adjustment, like correct alignment, I'm just gonna do it and be like, okay, now you hold it here. Because they're not gonna fall over or something. Again, in Ashtanga, we're holding it with them for 4 or 5 breaths. But in other, like in this, you know, you're just doing it and then you're walking away. Because you shouldn't be doing anything creepy in the first place, right? You've already asked permission, you're feeling comfortable with it and confident. That's the other thing. If you're not confident in giving the adjustment, don't do it. Just don't do it. Not just the vibe factor, but the comfort factor. That was for me, like confidence wise, I wasn't comfortable like moving people's bodies. Now I am, now it's no big deal, but I just really didn't do it a lot. Okay. This is the one, like if you were to give something in an all levels class, it might be this, like, you know, pressing on the lower back in child's pose. If it's in an all levels class, like in my level 2 class, I give adjustments. Even there, I don't give them very often, but if it's a student that I really know, and we're working, we're working on this thing, like, come here, you know, I might give them for like triangle pose or something like that. What else for these rules?
It feels like a thing of like, why are you doing it? Are you doing it because you feel like it's something that is expected or you can, or is it something that's actually helpful for the client or the student in that moment?
Check your motives.
Yeah.
Check your motives. Actually, Sam, can you shut that one too, please? I spelled check wrong. Check your motives, and then I think the last, like, most important thing, which this is mostly again Ashtanga because it's so adjustment heavy, keep your body parts off of people. Like, you'd think that's not hard to do, again, we're doing weird stuff in the Mysore room, but like also all of these things apply. But like if you're just adjusting somebody in, I don't know, down dog or triangle or something, this does apply.
Hands only. Right? Like,
Not necessarily, and I'll show you why, because there's gonna be 3 points of contact. There's gonna be a, there's going to be a stabilizing part of your body near another person's body, like foot to hip or something like that. There's gonna be a grounding hand. And then there's gonna be the adjusting hand. Okay?
but it's still only the hands of yours that are touching.
No, my hip
Oh,
is
the
gonna,
hip.
yeah, or your foot.
Or the-
And that's another reason why it's like you're touching body parts.
I mean, there's one where we literally have to put our legs like over somebody.
Totally different though. You guys are never doing that.
Yeah.
So, but okay, there's a
Totally
lady.
normal in our.
Yes, it is. It's totally like, it's weird, right? There's a lady who does Grace's hair, and she's been wanting to come into this yoga studio for a long time, but she had such a terrible experience at another yoga studio in a regular vinyasa class that she's kind of like, it's kind of ruined her. She's like, I know I need to get in there, but her nervous system is saying, don't do it. Her brain is like, fucking run from yoga. That don't ever let that happen to us again. And it's really sad. And I talked to her about it, but basically this dude, and you'll see this dude put his body on top of her back during down dog and like pushed her groins back. Is it effective? Sure. Do you do that? No. Keep your body parts off of people.
I probably would have started laughing. You should have
She,
pictured, I'm like, oh. I know, I'm like, why? Why is the
Even-
front side of your body even, touching that close to me off?
keep your body parts off. Actually, the way this was taught to me, keep your dick and your boobs off of people.
Just put it out there.
Was that a local?
No, square.
It was. Remember that not everybody gets into yoga for the right reasons. Not all teachers have good, like they're humans too, right? There are some predatory people, men and women, in the yoga world. This is why these kinds of things are so important. You know, you can't control everything, but if somebody has a bad experience, we can at least say that it's not supposed to be like that. And I really hope that you get the opportunity to try a safe place again, you know? That's why beginner classes are so important, safety-wise, and really not touching-wise. We don't know what people's experiences are, you know? We could use the wrong word and trigger them. And we're not gonna prevent everything, but we can prevent touching. Keep your body parts to yourself.
I've heard some bad things about the yoga classes at the Sunwater Spot, actually, that things have happened there.
Give us examples.
I actually think there might be some police action happening with one of the yoga teachers.
Really?
Yeah, because it was really, I don't know a lot of the details, but they felt like they had been groped sort of situation. So
The sliding of the rib cage pose. Gross asana.
which was Sunwater Spot, the hot springs in Manitou.
It's a first impression thing.
Can you imagine being touched by somebody you've never met before that yoga class?
And to potentially think it's okay. I don't mean it feels okay, I mean to think, like, this person's a teacher, they know what they're doing,
And
they
that's-
must be doing something for me.
And this is why I had you guys watch the Bikram movie, because there's the mindset out there of, you know, I don't know that this is wrong. This must be what a guru is, or this is what they do in yoga. I'm trying to find a spiritual experience here. If this is how I gotta do it, then, you know, especially if we're used to being taken advantage of anyways our whole lives, or have had some sort of trauma like that, you know? We don't know, or it's normal to us, we think.
They're looking for vulnerability. like vulnerable pets.
Yes.
Mhm.
Don't use your body parts. Like even in Ashtanga, when we're doing that kind of stuff, for the most part, like there's some kind of barrier there. There's a barrier of a blanket or something, and we're doing the same poses over and over again, and so people are familiar with what is gonna be happening. Again, new student, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what lineage it is, you just don't touch people. Okay,
I have a question.
yeah,
I'm pretty busty and they
Yeah.
get away, so
good question.
what do I just wear a very binding, like that, what do I do?
You
Because
just-
they do, they're always
Yeah.
knocking into people and
Mhm.
stuff, so. Because I don't wanna be.
Yeah.
Accidentally, cause you know,
Yeah,
so what's the general advice
for you, you're mostly just going to do adjustments that involve your body staying, like your upper half staying away from the person. You know, which is actually really easy. Like if you were an Ashtanga teacher, there are poses you would have to, adjustments you would have to avoid. But there's always ways around it. Like I think Taylor was talking about how he was getting, cause he did this adjustment on me one time, even after knowing him so well, and I was like, ugh, that was super creepy. It was in Baddha Konasana, which is this, which is also okay to do in a beginner class, by the way. Especially if you see that your, Baddha Konasana can, especially if you see that your students' hips are pretty open, like this is safe. Or if you ever wanna focus on having something under the knees. You're trying to get your chin to the floor, right? And this lady laid on top of his back and pushed his legs down, because that's not actually unheard of in Ashtanga. You'll never see me doing that. But he felt very violated, like there was a boob on each side of his shoulder. He's like, that was really disgusting. Like, I don't care if it was a woman, like I did not want that adjustment. He did one for me where it was the same sort of thing, like hands here, but he doesn't have boobs. It was his rib cage. Like I could feel his whole chest, like on my back. And I was like, okay, let's never do that again,
Would a blanket carrier make a difference?
I feel like he probably used the blanket on me.
And it still felt.
And it still felt gross, yeah. So I never see him do that with new people, like I'd already been working with him for a few years at that point, but I still didn't like it. I still don't want people's body parts on me.
Is there an alternate way to do that specific adjustment?
Yeah, actually, you're never gonna do it unless you're in an Ashtanga training, but you take a foot, a hand, and a hand, right? And that's for somebody whose leg is already far down. I would never do that in like a regular yoga class because we don't focus on opening the hips that deeply. Okay, oh, and there's one that Kim has done on me before too that was really weird. Actually, I thought it was pretty cool at the time, but the more I think about it, I'm like, I would never do that. So I was asking a question, I think I've shared this with some of you. I was asking a question of how much pressure can somebody's like hip crease take, the groin area? He's like, I don't know, let's find out. And so he said, lay down, lay down and close your eyes. He took a blanket, he took blankets for sure, and literally did crow pose on my freaking groins. He did crow pose. And I feel this pressure, which didn't hurt. And I looked and I was like, that's really fucking weird. But it wasn't like offended by it or anything. I felt comfortable enough with him. I was more creeped out by the fact that he would take his head and put it between, remember Elizabeth did this, she did this adjustment, like putting a head, like holding the shoulders, putting a head into someone's thoracic spine to help them like open up. Even putting your head on people is kind of gross. And Kim has a bald little head, and I was like, I don't know, I don't like it. And also, you're like, where's that third thing? What is that third thing that's touching me? I know you only have 2 hands. What exactly is going on? It's your bald head. Okay. Get your body parts off of people. Now when we're doing, and you'll see in a minute, Rachel, too. If somebody wants to take a picture of that, we can move on. But Coley, go into triangle pose a moment. Do you guys feel like you need to do a couple of sun salutations to warm up before we start this asana stuff?
If I'm gonna be assisted or adjusted, yeah.
I'm not gonna have you go deeper. I'm just gonna like, yeah. And then Kim, I'm gonna put you up here so you can see better. I'm just gonna show Rachel this example. And whose mat, what mat are you gonna use? This one?
I can use my phone, whichever.
The screen one? Okay, let's use the green one.
Perfect.
And since we're doing this example, we'll be done with triangle. You guys have already done the block, right? We've done modifications for triangle, for trikonasana. People can put their hand behind their back, they can use a block, they can use 2 blocks. Down dog we've done. There isn't, we'll do down dog and we'll do triangle. Write these down because you're gonna do them on each other. And I'm not gonna write these down either. You're just gonna have to take a picture and write them down. Okay. All right, so just come in a triangle, but don't do it purposely. Don't do it to the best of your learned ability. Okay, more, bring your feet more heel to arch. Okay.
Oh, can I just record you?
Oh, yeah. Straighten your leg, do all that stuff. Yeah. Okay, so see how she's got like, she's facing the floor here. I need her to rotate her ribcage open, but I'm gonna actually help her do that. And so this is a very common one. Can you see me okay, Kim?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. Stabilize, ground. My hand is actually kind of cold. And then I need her to move this way, nice and slow, a little bit more. Okay, and then she's already rotated open after doing that. And then I might say, go ahead and soften your top ribs, lengthen through the crown of your head. Okay, and I'm not gonna let go right away because I just need to make sure she's not gonna fall because we're not jerks. You good? All right. She could even lengthen here a little bit more, but we're not gonna. She's not super warmed up. Go ahead and come up, do the upper side. Yeah, consider those things too, right? Like, she's not warmed up, so I'm not gonna, and I know her, that her hamstrings get tight. Okay, so I've given her, you know, press the ball onto your big toe, deepen your left hip crease. She's already. Sorry. Yeah, she's good. She's good. Okay. Yeah, you need no adjustment here.
So is it always ground stabilized?
Mm-hmm. And you have to really focus on like, what are we gonna pay attention to? Go for the big joints first. You know, obviously we're looking at the feet because that's gonna determine what direction the pelvis is going. But if the pelvis is doing the right thing and the foot, it like, triangle's weird, right? Most of the time, that back foot is gonna have to have that 45-degree angle. Your student might be in perfect alignment without that. Maybe they have just super flexible like hips or whatever. Their knee's not twisted. Am I gonna be like, you have to have this way? No, everything else looks fine. Yeah. Okay, go into down dog. Are we good on the adjustment for trikonasana? Okay. A lot of that is going to be verbal cues. You're looking to have the rib cage rotated, open. You're looking to have the shoulders lined up with the hips. And then you're looking to make sure that they're not in this kind of Tadasana, right? You want them to lengthen the bottom and then not have super high top ribs. Okay, this is an assist. I'm gonna help her go deeper. Before it was an adjustment, because I was helping her with alignment. I'm gonna just assist her into opening up her hamstrings a little bit more. Foot goes between the hands. Protecting your body is more important than anything else, because you won't get hurt doing yoga, but you could get hurt doing adjustments. And then no creepy hands. You have to move hair. You have to move hair a lot. Hands on the sacrum. And then I'm pushing. I'm pushing with her breath. I'm gonna count a couple of breaths. And I'm gonna slowly let go. I'm not just gonna like jerk away. Okay, so, and I might tell her like, activate your legs and stay here, or something like that. And we talked about a couple other down dog ones, like, they can be a little invasive though. Go back into down dog, Polly. Remember I had you guys use the yoga belt? Because what direction are the hips in downward facing dog? What, the hip rotation, what way? Yeah, they're internally rotated. Hip joints are internally rotated. So using a yoga belt, we can help that happen. One that I never use, but you might see. So again, be careful with what you see, is taking the actual hip creases and pulling them back. Feels safer for me to touch the sacrum. The other adjustments that we already went over are, you know, here, maybe a little bit of external rotation, maybe pressing the hands down. Those kinds of small ones for down dog, I do a lot, but mostly I'm just like pointing in a beginner class, like press your hand right here. Yeah. We already did all the other stuff for that one. Okay. That was basic. Kim, I'm gonna keep the camera on Deb's mat while I talk.
Cool.
All right. So I'm just solidifying that all the postures we've done up to this point, we have modifications and then any assist or adjustments down. Okay. Chair pose. I mean, again, you could grab somebody's hip creases and shift them back. I'm just gonna tell them to shift back into their body. Because look, we could do adjustments all day on students. At some point, there's a reason, even in Ashtanga, that we say do it on your own today. You have to feel it in your own body. The teacher can't always be doing the work for you.
Well, I imagine every other than in class, you could spend a lot of time on one student and not get the rest of the class, or not be able to assist multiple people.
Yeah. Well, in Mysore, that's the purpose of
Right,
Mysore
that's exactly
style.
the point.
Yeah, and a new person gets a lot of attention for different reasons. And like, I have a student who's almost completed like the second series, and she needs a lot of my attention right now because she needs, you have to assist and adjust a lot in that. Yeah, and then sometimes if it doesn't happen here, but you could get a student who's like, waiting, can I be next? Yeah, sure, I'll get right to you. And then you just never go. Okay. Janu Shirshasana, who wants to get an adjustment for that or an assist? Janu Shirshasana, anybody? You coming? You coming? You guys!
I should know exactly what
Janu Shirshasana, knee head pose. Now remember, how are we cueing students to get into this, first of all? Yes. What is something that's super important in this pose? Closing the knee joint. So you're gonna see people, and we've talked about this already, do this 100 times. It's not gonna hurt the first 100, but like 101, it's gonna hurt. Close the knee joint. Rotate the hip. Right? It's so important to teach new people because they might end up going to a vinyasa class eventually or a level 2 class after a while. And they're doing half lotus and twisting their knee little by little, death by twisting. You know, in year 5 of yoga, they're having to get knee surgery and they're like, I don't know why I got injuries in yoga. Which brings me to my next point. You can give all the cues you want, that doesn't mean they're gonna be heard. Okay, so come into Janu A or Janu Shirshasana. Perfect. Now, inhale, lengthen. Exhale, start to hinge forward. And then just walk your fingertips. Yep, keep that length in the spine. Keep your chin up. And you can go ahead and go as far as you'd like here. But keep your chin up. Yep. Strengthening your neck instead of overstretching it, right? Grab your foot if you want. Good. She's pretty good here, right? Bring your chin closer to your chin. I know she has the room because I know her body, but I would say this would be the point where it stops. She has flexion in the upper back. I'm gonna tell her, bring your shoulder blades towards each other down the back. Keep your foot. You still have the room. You just have to engage more. She still has room to go further. So just stay active here, but it doesn't have to stay flat. Okay, stop. Keep your chin up. The adjustment for this is, and I really don't do this outside of Ashtanga, to be honest, but it's something you could do to help open hips. Deepening people in the hips is extremely dangerous. I've also had students come to my class and say, I had a teacher, first time they met, I had a teacher push my knee down in this or that pose. I know this feels good to you, so just stay there. You can let go, just let go until I'm ready to. Yeah, don't do that. I know her body, her knee is like all the way to the floor. So if you have a student that qualifies for an adjustment, an assist in this, which is going deeper, you would put your hand on the back, thoracic area, like broad line area, and then my hand is cold, so that's why I'm putting this blanket here, but always you can have a barrier. You would just push down, chin up, keep your belly in and up, keep your left leg active. You're giving cues while you're doing this, because you don't want them to go deeper without like paying attention. Is this okay? You're asking them if it's okay. Take another breath. Try to stay here with your own muscle now. There has to be a purpose that you're doing it. All right, come out of it and do the other side. How did it feel? For people who are super flexible, they're like, it feels so good. For someone like me, I'm like, this sucks. I'm like, oh my God, get that a little bit of help. Yeah, honestly, my hamstrings wouldn't be where they are today without a teacher's adjustments. I just cannot get there on my own. All right, yep, all the same stuff, and then stop where you're. Okay. So basically, I'm not rotating in or out, like don't do that. I'm just pushing down. Her leg's already on the floor. Inhale, lengthen. Exhale, fold. See how I'm using my whole hand and I'm like pressing? I'm all the way up. Actually, stay there. I'm not like, how does that feel? Weird. I'm not like, I'm sorry, but it was just such I don't know. Examples. Go ahead and come out. No, go back. There'll be like some people will be like, does that feel good? Okay.
It's not in the right spot.
Right.
Cause when you were pushing there, I could feel it. down
So
here.
look, there's tons of options, but just consider the creep factor. We can use our body weight, whatever, but, and like you noticed when I was giving Coley the assist in downward facing dog, I was using my body leverage, not the strength of my arms. I was like pushing my entire body forward because I'm not gonna risk my hamstrings to give somebody an adjustment. I need my body. Even in the Mysore room for Ashtanga, if I don't have the energy to give that day, I just don't touch anybody. I don't.
You'll just verbal cue.
Oh, verbal cue, yeah. Or if I'm tired, I just let people practice. Like, that's okay too. The way you guys are teaching in a group setting, you can't just be quiet. You can be quiet for longer. Like there are classes I teach, my beginner classes, where there's like no chit chat. I'm feeling low energy, I can tell the class is feeling low energy. Let's just breathe here for like 10 breaths. Yeah, decide what your people need. Doing an adjustment or an assist is an energy exchange. So when be careful, if you're sensitive to that, you're touching somebody, you're touching everything about them. And if you pick up that stuff really easily, protect yourself. Anytime you're done giving an adjustment, just wipe it off. Not offensively, like. Yeah, I have a towel that I'll wipe my hands on a towel, and that's my energy release for the person, so I'm also not touching the next person, sharing all of this, stuff.
Good point too.
Yeah, and then maybe when you're done teaching, you take a shower or something and just like, even just in a regular class that you don't touch people, you're in the room with a lot of people that are like looking to you, and you're exchanging energy with them. Okay? Child's pose. Who wants a child's pose?
Do that.
All right.
I can't give them a letdown anyways, so.
Which is a good thing to have right now. Okay. Because I need to qualify her for doing this to begin with. So go ahead and come to child's pose. So say you have your student in child's pose. Somebody whose knees are not bent, or like if they're having knee pain, or I might say like, is everybody okay here? Give me a thumbs up. Everyone in the class is giving me a thumbs up. But we see that and not everybody goes towards the heels. I'm not even sure that I touch my heels all the way. Yeah. Are you comfortable here?
Okay.
Is it okay if tell me what that means?
It's not my most comfy pose. Like I feel really tense actually when I do child's pose always.
Where?
Probably my thighs and calves and my feet, to be honest with you.
Would it feel better if you had a blanket rolled up behind your knees?
No, I've tried that and then I just yeah. And I tried the bolster and it's just not a pose that I enjoy, actually.
Okay, let's use you for an example of this assist then.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm gonna give it to her even though she's super not comfortable here. Are you sure?
Yeah.
You're good for that?
Yeah. Okay.
And give us feedback with how it feels.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Is everyone okay if I record them, by the way, to get out of the way?
Of course.
No, that's actually beneficial. Okay, so if you're doing the hands down thing, notice that I'm not like straddled over her, right?
Yes.
Super invasive. Sorry about that. I'm off to the side. Could you?
Yeah.
She's not even looking at me. I'm off to the side. Okay, sacrum, not the butt. And also not the lower back. And I'm guessing, can I put my hand on your back?
Yes.
This right here is the reason she's uncomfortable in child's pose, is because of this curve right here. And you can see this when she's in child's pose and down dog, but most students either don't know or they're just not gonna share it with you. I'm gonna give you pressure on your lower back. So I'm just touching the sacrum, pushing back, press your hands. How does this feel?
That's the way it should feel.
So it feels better. Do you feel like there's more space for you?
I do.
Okay. Is this enough pressure? Is this your limit?
Yeah, that right there.
Okay, take a couple breaths.
Can I ask, like, where do you feel the space?
In my ribs.
In your ribs.
Alright.
Mhm.
Try to stay here for a breath. And then go ahead and let go. So that gives a good reason why some students, like, they're not gonna feel good in a pose unless you're able to help them find that space, maybe. You might not ever get that on your own unless you have like a sandbag or something like that.
Yeah, in child's pose, one of the things is I can't breathe.
What if you separate your knees a little bit more? Does that give you more room? Yeah, like where could you make an
I
adjustment?
start to feel nerve pain when I do that.
Okay.
You know what I mean, like it starts to get.
Okay. So she's never gonna probably get that assist unless you're not gonna really know that if the student, unless you're doing like a private session with them.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have been able to figure that out with her unless we were doing this one-on-one work. It's good to know though, right? Like that might not feel good for everybody, or it might.
Yeah,
Like, it's really interesting that, like, it didn't feel good before it, and then
With the pressure, it like, and you know, doing child's pose when I was younger, it's only been like in the last 5 years that
Yeah.
it's become uncomfortable to me.
Wow, yeah.
So where before I used to love it, you know, it's so crazy. Yeah.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, I just helped her create space because my hands were pushing down. And doing things that help you get traction in your spine probably feel very relieving.
Probably.
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay. Do we have any questions about that one?
Oh, could someone do it when you do it to them so I can see what you did?
Yeah. I have people ask me all the time about, are my knees supposed to be further apart or closer together? I'm like, well, how does it feel on your body? It feels better if they're further apart. Then you let your knees be as wide as they need to be. Okay. Jazz has plenty of room in her spine, but she has less room like calf muscle area. So you're all good here. You're ready for the pressure.
Yes.
Communicate with your students. All right. How do you know where someone's sacrum is? Just be careful. Not everybody has it in the same spot. You know, your torso is much shorter than hers.
Yeah.
I mean, you can kind of look at pants and lines in the pants and stuff, but if when in doubt, go higher, not lower. All right, so. Press your hands. How does this feel?
It feels so good in my upper back.
It does? Okay. Do you feel like this is your limit? Now I'm using my leverage more because she can take more pressure. I'm not just pushing my back into it, I'm like just pushing my body. This is good? More bounce here. And then slowly release. When you're doing private sessions, most likely you're gonna be doing more hands-on stuff. Doesn't mean you have to.
Upper back's like, yes. You're pressing like this almost. Oh, it's correct.
I'm pressing down and like away, spine is lengthening. Yeah,
So like.
pressing towards the heels. After COVID, you guys, this is really weird, right? Like, after COVID, a lot of hands-on stuff just went to the wayside. You know, we're just getting back into this stuff. So yeah, I probably used to do more adjustments for people because my students were regular. I had like an all levels class. And then when COVID happened, we just like, I got into more of like the beginner classes afterwards. So I don't do as many, but in Ashtanga, I do them all the time. So COVID didn't stop that. Do we have any questions about that one? Have we done wide leg forward fold with blocks?
Yes.
Okay. Everybody, so these are, is this month 5 or 6? We have Uttanasana, we did a forward fold with blocks, right? Wildlife forward fold, same thing. There really is no adjustments for that. And I might be screwed up, just find it in your packet. Mine might be out of order.
I think that's 4.
Okay,
So I'm gonna, I just wanted to ask you, can you have this, I did give an adjustment before, one of the vinyasa classes. And this is what like brought my attention to like, you know, like don't touch people too long.
will you turn her towards Jazz, please?
I can walk back and I can show you what
Yeah,
the
can she
adjustment was type thing, and that's what the thought like here. I'm not saying like anything bad about the teacher and things, but I'm saying that was the first thought that popped in my mind when we were talking about when I was like, don't touch people too long. That thing.
It felt uncomfortable for you?
It threw me off. I was just like, oh, because in my mind I'm thinking of like everything that you say. That was my first vinyasa class at the studio, so I was just like,
And the teacher was meeting you for the first time and they touched you.
So it threw me off. I'm just someone who don't mind getting touched though. Like I'm a very huggy person.
No, we're not minimizing this.
I was like,
It affected you, otherwise you wouldn't be talking to me about it.
I was like, yeah, maybe I should just bring it up and ask. I feel
Yeah.
like it's too. And it wasn't like anything that we like discussed as far as it was more like boots massage. So I was just like,
Extra creepy.
Was
Was it a nighttime class or a morning class? Okay,
It's just like, should I ask?
thank you for asking. Come over here and show me what it was. Do you wanna
So I
do
was
it on
in
me?
Yeah, I was in the fold, like standing up.
You guys are understanding how, like, Jazz is trying to say this as nicely as possible, but you see how it has affected her. And I've shown how it has affected me. You have no business doing that to people, okay, so just don't ever. Yeah. Cause I know intentionally, like, none of you would ever make somebody feel that way, and this person didn't intentionally wanna make you feel that way, but sometimes ego gets in the way. So check the motives and whatever, okay. And also like, because especially for students that are more flexible, which you are, people think that they're doing a service, aside from the fact that it was the first time of meeting, right? Some people think they're doing a service to somebody who's super flexible by giving them assists. Super flexible people don't necessarily want to go deeper, you know, or they aren't qualified to go deeper because they're not using muscles yet.
Yes.
Yeah. So what is it that you're teaching them? Yeah, so just keep that in mind too. Okay, so regular forward fold or wide leg forward fold?
Just where it actually touched.
Just here?
And then like the cue everyone was given was like, right now, and
Yeah.
and then they were like this like. Like I said, I was like, this is, I was like, whoa, like, and then
Yeah.
like pushed down right here, held for a second,
Yeah, fuck no.
and then it stopped. I was just like, okay, this is different.
I'm really
Like,
sorry that happened to you.
Did they like, you know, sometimes they raise your hand if you're okay with adjustments, like in the beginning?
Yeah, it was like I said, I don't think they meant harm. I just was like just going over how like it's like, you know, quick hands, quick, you know, so I was like things like that. I was like, I just felt like that wasn't.
That was a little.
Also, I'm gonna say this, don't grab people, like, don't touch the backs of people's necks. I have a really big thing with my
Yeah, I
neck.
thought that's more like intimate type of
Yes.
thing. I was just like,
Yeah. It's a good example for us, for sure. Yeah, this is why I'm doing a teacher training, guys. Yeah. Thank you for doing that. That makes my heart hurt for you, because if it was something that needed to be addressed at this time, it would be, but it's not relevant now. But it's good information for me to have for later. Look. Okay. So intention, like having somebody breathe through it as I'm adjusting, and then communicating with them, like, is this your limit? Is this okay? All right, let's take one more breath here, and then you're gonna take over, something like that. There has to be a reason you're doing the adjustment, you know? Let's save these revolve ones.
They're busy.
There's a lot of emergency vehicles passing through here today.
Yeah. And I can't
Okay.
see.
Parshvattanasana. I think it's under month 4. Did we do blocks and assists for that? Modifications? Because you could actually do a version of this in a beginner class. Okay? Normally, we're doing prayer hands behind the back. But if you're trying to teach somebody, can I use these blocks here?
They're yours.
Okay. This is Kim blocks.
Yeah, they're actually.
Yeah.
Feel free, just bring them back.
So think about it. We're in this frontal plane or whatever. I always forget those, so our hips are forward. I've been learning them for like 15 years and I still forget them and they just don't stick. Okay, warrior 1 here, right? Parshvattanasana, also here, except your leg is straight. So instead of going like, full prayer hands behind the back, you can actually just help people do this in a beginner class with a block right here. And then you can teach about shifting, squaring the hips to the back of the mat. You can teach about what it's like to, lengthen through the spine or press the feet. My hamstrings are tight enough to where if I'm here for a little bit, I probably want 2 blocks, if I'm being honest with my body, right? So this is something you could do. And then other side. It's something you could totally do in a beginner class. When I'm doing anything behind the back, in an all levels class, you could do this, you could grab the wrists or the forearms, or you could go full prayer hands behind the back, okay? That's appropriate for an all levels class, beginner class teaching. Okay, so you could do warrior 1, you could do Parshvattanasana, which you guys, it's not called pyramid pose. I don't know what to call it. Don't call it anything.
Jeez, I know.
It translates to like intense length stretch or something, doesn't it? Is that what it should say what the Sanskrit translation is on there? Right on your paper, it should say.
Yeah, lateral is intense extension.
Intense extension, that's what it translates to. So just, yeah. Okay, so you're doing warrior 1. So maybe you take a break, because you want to take breaks. And then maybe you could try it with a straight leg, take a break, and then do warrior 1 on the other. Because Kim, we brought this up too, right? Like, can you stack poses? Sure, like depending on what it is, that would be appropriate. And then you go to tree pose. Okay, remember how we were keeping our hips square, facing forward. Now try to do that with your tree pose, opening. You see what I mean? Like this could be like the theme of your class. So this could be appropriate. Who wants to do full Parshvattanasana? It's really just, because I need to adjust somebody. So somebody come do it.
All 3 of us did.
I can. Honestly, I want all of you to actually do it.
Yeah, I got it.
And we're gonna do it with the blocks. So like full version is prayer hands behind the back.
But go to these spots.
Which we're never gonna do, okay? Prayer hands behind the back. Okay. Yeah, use the block. You could have people have their hands on their waist and deepen their hip creases. Okay. This is pretty good. What would you give her for an adjustment? You're gonna have to come around and look at her body.
But can I do
If anything. Yeah, do verbal.
You press into the bottom of your front big toe to deepen your hip crease.
That actually squared her hips completely. And then stop.
Yep.
That's it. She doesn't need anything else.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, try it.
Move your shoulder blades down your back.
instead of saying can you, say, draw your shoulder blades towards each other and down the back, or lengthen through the crown of your head as you slide your shoulder blades down the back. And this is what she has for you today.
That was a big movement just from that one cue.
The palm onto the big toe, right? Okay, bend your front knee and stand up. Do the other side. Somebody else cue her for this side. Go ahead, Jess. Not this Jess. Remember the thing we're looking for when we're in a pose where hips are facing forward. Say it loud enough for the class to hear, because it could be helpful for other people.
I was just making sure she was present with ball on the thick thumb and left leg.
Yeah,
Shoulder blades together, down the back,
towards each other.
towards each other, down the back.
Yep, she's good there now. What is making this part not square?
This is actually lower.
Yeah. She started to do it. She's deepening this right hip crease, but she has tight hamstrings. And so her knee is bent, which is fine.
Maybe putting that foot in.
I would say this front foot, step it out to the side a little bit. Give your hips the room they deserve. You could.
This one? Yeah.
One or the other. She did, not both. You don't need both for sure. Okay, now see if you can have more room to deepen your right. She's pretty square now, right? If we wanted to be really picky about her legs and like activating this front leg because of her tight hamstrings, she could actually move that right foot to the right a little bit more. Okay, now try to straighten, engage the leg. Is this as straight as your knee gets? There, that's what I'm looking for. Keep it there. And then deepen your right hip crease. You feel the pose is different now. You engaging like your bandhas? Okay. Bend the front knee and come out of it. Don't let people have, she has the hyperextension, right? But she was not anywhere near hyperextension in that, so straightening the leg.
I know, and I'm always like mindful of that, so
Mhm.
I try not to do it, so then you want me to like bend it.
Yeah. Okay, someone else?
Yeah.
I'm just from pushing, that's
All right, Rachel, you're next. Go up.
Stick your big toes in.
Right up there.
Get to work. Thank you.
Mhm. Okay, Rachel is pretty flexible and mobile, so she doesn't need as much room in her hips. But I am going to ask her to engage that front leg more. So press the ball mound of your big toe. Yep, you can see that she's engaging. Do you have enough room here still?
Yeah.
Okay. She's probably actually able to go all the way to the floor, but because she's like so neutral here, I'm gonna say go ahead and get rid of that top block. Okay. She's freaking flat back still. But she's losing her arch. Press the ball mound of the big toe of the front foot. Try to lift here more. See, she has flat feet, so we're trying to get her to engage the feet. We know she's got long hamstrings, right? So that's really good. Do you feel that arch? Does this feel like a lot of work?
I mean, there's more stretch.
She's actually feeling a stretch. Good. Okay. And her elbows are bent. So she does actually have room to do this all the way. So go ahead and get rid of the block and bring your hands next to your foot. Right next to your foot. Yep. Bring your head all the way down. Keep that arch.
Is this to the prayer hands behind the back post?
There's different versions of the hands. So yes, it is the same one. Yep. Parshvottanasana. So she would stay here and keep pressing the feet and work on the engagement in her legs. Straighten this leg more. Step this back foot out to the side a little bit. All right, now engage here more. Are her hips square still? All right, bend your knee and come out of it. All right, somebody else talk her through the other side. Yeah, start from square one. This is why standing postures, we only do like a few for beginner classes, because you might spend 5 minutes on one pose. Okay, move that front foot out to the right just a little bit. A little bit more. Okay, now you guys take over.
I should have all that here.
Does she have an arch?
A little bit.
Is she engaging her legs?
Her back leg.
There you
Press
go.
in the heel of your left foot.
So, for this one, pressing both feet evenly down and away from each other is important for most people to protect their back. Because people will have a tendency to put their weight in the front foot, front leg. Okay, she's ready to go down. You guys go ahead and top her there. Keep it simple. Bring your hands next to your feet. Bring your head all the way down. Press your feet one more time. Breathe.
We say like engage your quadricep.
We already told her that. So I would say at the end, maybe remind her if you've noticed she's lost it, but she didn't lose it. Just tell her to take a few breaths. And honestly, Rachel, you can do this in a different way. You can lift your chin and bring your chin to your shin for this, and that's gonna be more useful for you. Okay? All right, bend your knee, inhale, come all the way up. Do you feel like you had to do some work there?
Yeah.
That's what we're looking for. Right. All right, one more person for Parshvottanasana. There's no adjustment there except while I'm waiting for it. I need somebody I need to do an adjustment on.
Just you wait till I get.
Just you wait and see, and start with the blocks. Go ahead and set yourself up. And I feel like verbal cues are so much more useful. If it's somebody that I really know, then I will be like, can I move your hips? Okay, because a lot of people don't square their hips for this one. And so it's really hard to feel and listen at the same time. So sometimes I have to just move the hips. Okay, go ahead and go into it. What's the first thing that we're noticing that she can do?
Maybe move that left heel out a little bit.
No, go back to where you were. Be very precise. Because her toes are pointing in the right direction, but her feet are like, she's on a tightrope right now.
Yes. Move the right foot out.
Step your right foot to the right, just a little bit. Be very precise, because people will just be like, oh, okay, now I'm off the mat. You know what I mean? Does this seem better?
Need more room.
Okay. Now, let's check the legs. Press both feet evenly. Deepen your right hip crease so your hips are square to the back of the mat. She already did all the work on her own. She has room in her back, so we could say flatten that top block a little bit, just bring it to the lower level and bring those blocks a little closer to you too. Honestly, we want it like, yeah,
That looks better.
okay. She still has room. Get rid of the top block. Make it as high as the highest it can go. Okay. Press both feet, lengthen through the top of your head. She looks great right here.
Looking good now.
Bend your front knee, come all the way up, and then you guys are gonna talk her through the other side. The ones where the hips are being squared are gonna be the same every
This
time.
seems to be the main cue that gets
Mhm.
others.
So be very clear and precise on the exact way you're gonna say it. Step your back foot out to the left a little bit, step your front foot out to the right a little bit. Or step your feet as wide as your hips. But again, we don't always know where that is.
Hey,
Sorry.
Jennifer. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, you don't wanna look at my arm? Okay, hold on.
I'm moving like it makes a difference.
Yeah.
Deepen the left hip.
Okay, I see that her legs are not as engaged as they could be. And if she's not able to engage her legs right now, that means she needs more room and to separate her feet, right? Are you able to press both feet and engage your legs more then? Okay, so step your left foot out to the left more. Okay, now press both feet and see if that helps. We need another block. Somebody get
Should she
another
move the blocks closer to her too? Like from here, it looks like a weird angle.
See if that helps. That's actually gonna make it harder.
It helps a little bit,
Okay,
kind of centered my gravity.
all right. Here's something about blocks too. I mean, yes, they could have gone a little bit closer, but we don't want to use them as crutches either. We want to make her body do the work. Okay, does this help with straightening your front leg? Pressing the ball mound, engaging. Yeah, it gives you more room. I would say move your right foot out to the right a little bit. Okay, now press both feet. Deepen your left hip crease. And engage, yeah, you just found more room for your spine. That front leg is what I'm trying to straighten a little bit more. Yes, and activate that. Take 3 breaths here. And then when you're done with those 3 breaths, bend the front knee and inhale, come all the way up.
Yeah, that made all the difference to,
Yeah,
and I'm surprised how far that was much wider on this side than the other side too.
yeah, totally different, right? And teaching people that the sides might be different. Like you were absolutely fine with 2 blocks on the other, or like 1 block on the other side. Yeah. And so that teaches you something about your body. It teaches me something about your body. And it could just mean too that left, it could mean tighter on the left side. Are you having an issue with your hamstrings right now? I kind of heard you talking about it.
Yes,
Which one is
my
it?
right hamstring.
And how is it today?
Better than it's been, but it's a little.
Okay. How did the blocks feel doing, like, how did that pose feel using the blocks?
I think I would not have been willing to do it without the blocks.
Yeah.
Because of that hamstring.
So, and also finding like the absolute alignment, like, is it okay to bend your knee? Heck yeah. But when we're really focusing on alignment in a pose, just use props if you don't have the space in your body. And if you're using props, straighten your, like have people straighten their legs and engage the muscles to learn how to use them, or to teach the muscles how to get longer, or teach the body where it needs to go. Because since you are having something going on with your hamstrings on your other side, and you were using the block, were you able to kind of pinpoint what was going on or where or how you felt it? Like, what did you feel?
I could really tell the difference, particularly with separating my feet, moving either foot out made a big difference in the, I don't know, tension or the, how ratcheted up it was.
Yeah. Be very careful with that.
Yes, I know, I'm.
You know about yoga, but
Yep, and
so,
I'm very anxious, but
yeah.
I wanna treat it kindly now so that it heals is the wrong word, but.
Well, no, it does need a couple weeks to heal.
Yeah.
But it allows you to be really gentle on yourself. It's an opportunity for sure to aparigraha, not be greedy in the body when there needs to be gentleness there, you know? That was really good. Okay, does anyone else want to try this? Yeah, we don't need you to. Okay. All right.
So are there any hands-on adjustments that you would do for that other than if the hands are down the back?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, and Kim, I really don't like I was kind of saying, the only one for this is really adjusting the hips with your hands.
Okay.
That's right. What's the first thing you notice about how she's standing? I don't know if you can see it come. She's on a tightrope.
Yeah.
Okay, and the back foot is too far away, so no. Yep.
There you go.
Now you'll have room to deepen your right hip crease, although you have an injury that makes that a little bit harder. So if you run out of room right here, then I need you to step that back foot a little bit closer to the blocks. Yes, now see how it goes. Flatten that blocker, get rid of it. You don't need 3. Okay, so here's the hands-on adjustment. Is it okay if I shift your hips? Pressing both, this is what you're gonna see typically in this pose. One hip up, one hip down. I'm gonna try to verbally do this, but it usually never happens. Watch actually what happens when I verbally ask her to do things. Okay. Pull your right hip crease back and drop your left hip.
Oh, yeah, hips didn't move at all.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try to, okay, I can see you're shaking here. Bring this foot a little bit closer and out to the side. Yeah, okay. So does that feel better?
Maybe it feels like I'm just doing it horrible.
That is all you're doing, safely. But because so if this is easy, then her hips should be fine being square, right? That worked a little bit. Go back to where you were. Go back to where you were.
There you go.
Okay, so you're literally gonna take this and square. Drop this down a little bit, lift this up. Okay, right here, now lengthen through the crown of your head.
Yeah.
So remember we were talking about lengthen. No creepy hands, just, did you see how she moved when I touched her back? And she could actually do it a little bit more, but that's like, we're gonna stick with that. Okay, go ahead and let go. So, remember we were just reading in the pranayama about the koshas, the layers of the body.
Mhm.
Some people need that first layer to be activated in order to actually feel the difference in the pose. I had to give her a hands-on adjustment for her to feel that movement.
You might have to do the same.
No,
There.
this is exactly what happens with every flip and I'm telling you, this is what happens. It's hard to figure out. Here is another way to do this, okay? Alright, so I'm gonna have you go here. This is a fun thing to do like in an alignment class, a beginner class. Okay. I'm gonna place this on your sacrum. And we need that block to be level with the floor. So I know you can't really like feel the block, but can you see how, boom.
There you go.
Boom.
Just look at it.
Boom.
Yeah, I feel like I'm really twisted this way.
I like that one more. You can actually just go with it. Yeah.
And it's simple.
Yeah, sacrum is parallel to the floor, put a block there so they can like figure it out. If the block falls, you're way off.
So out of all the people who've done it, like yours was the most, is that for a certain reason though? I'm just asking myself.
That's because in Ashtanga, we don't talk a ton about alignment. We just kind of go for it, even though I'm an alignment teacher and we have talked a lot about it. But she's been dealing with the injury and she is like a tight hamstring person. So when you have tight hamstrings, it's really, watch me do this pose. And then I'm gonna show you, we're gonna go into warrior 3 from you, okay? I used to have like frickin' 15 blocks for my forward folds. All right. I think this is my good side. Trying to remember. Okay, so before I fold forward, and the cues that I'll give is this. Like right now, my hip is not grounded. My hip is not grounded on this right side. Deepen the right hip crease. Boom. Now, press the feet and hinge forward without moving what you've done with your hips and your legs. Okay, this is my max on my right. Are my hips square?
Yes.
I could go a little bit further. But then I start to lose pressing my feet. Like this is an active pose. Okay.
I really like the cue of bending the leg to come out of it.
Yeah. Otherwise,
Yeah.
Because then you're using muscle to come out instead of like your back or something like that. And it gives people permission. Okay, so
Yeah, you get out of the comfort zone.
how deeply did we go into warrior 3? Did we do warrior 3 at all? We've done 1 and 2. Okay, warrior 3 is one that I will do in a beginner class. And we talked about doing it right with a block. Oh, we forgot and we ended up going back to chair.
Right.
Oh, that's okay, that's okay. Another class can be that way. All right, so if we're doing warrior 3 in a beginner class, there's so many different ways to do it. But the qualities of the pelvis are the same. Straightforward, internal rotation of one leg, Tadasana spine, right? So we could have someone start on a block. And then keeping the sacrum level with the floor, lift the leg. Am I 90 degrees?
Yeah.
What you're gonna see in this is this. Okay, so again, the block trig on the sacrum helps, or saying turn your toes towards the floor, that will help, right? And then you'll see a lot of dipping or locking out of the knee. You'll see a lot of dipping here. So lower belly in and up, lengthen through the crown of the head. Or they'll overcompensate and do this. Okay?
If you're doing warrior three the right way, it's a lot of work. So,
That's one way to get into it for a beginner class. I mean, you certainly could, I've done one of these. You know, warrior one, fingertips behind you, start to shift your weight to the front leg. Here, I'm in warrior three. Like, I'm on one leg. I'm internally rotating the back leg. Maybe I lift up, maybe I tip towards the floor, and then ultimately here. Depending on the rotation of the shoulders, some people are just gonna be like this. That's why this is more accessible. You could also do it against the wall to kind of help people, like if you're talking about internal and external rotation. We did this for a while one day, didn't we, Deb? You don't have to be parallel to the floor to feel what's going on here. It's warrior three legs. There's no hands-on adjustment for this, it's verbal cues, and then knowing that the back leg is external rotation. Oh, can you give me a belt really quick? You have a belt. I'm gonna show you another way to prop this up. And I think, did we do this, or I think I did this with like a private. All right, so this can be like, this can actually be a little bit complicated in a beginner class, but depending, it doesn't seem like it would be complicated, right? So I'm in Tadasana spine, and I'm gonna start, like I'm training my back leg to stay internally rotated, right? Okay, now try to lift out the belt. You know, these are all things you could do. Try it starting from the floor. There's so many different ways to do one pose. Good? Okay. What's next? I don't want to do the revolve counts yet. From those. Didn't we do half moon already? Didn't I show you guys that or no?
I don't think so.
Okay, so then all of these are gonna be new. We did warrior two, we did tree, we did triangle. These are all the ones we've just studied. Okay. Just by looking at the picture, what is the difference between warrior three, Virabhadrasana 3, or Ardha Chandrasana, which is half moon pose? What do you notice immediately is different?
your hips rotation.
Yeah. What about the rotation of the hips? Hip joints. Yeah, warrior three is internal, half moon is external. So, we are all going to do this. Go ahead and go to your mats and grab a block. Everyone's gonna do it with a block. No. Jen, I need to add some headers to your. You guys, remember I told you I didn't get handouts for my training? Like, deal with it. Seriously, deal with it. Is it leveling up or is it perfectionism? Like, I mean, really, you guys can, or you could put them in alphabetical order. Does everyone have a block? Yep. Okay.
Even you.
Kim, do you have a block? I mean, it's not like there's 500, right? It's fine. It's fine. It's some, I just read you. Look in your papers and find it. You got it. Okay. It's in this packet, I believe. I think it's like that.
Easy, Dad, easy.
Huh?
She's excited about the block.
Oh, yeah. All right, so we're all going to start. One foot forward, 1 foot back. Warrior 3 was definitely this, right? Because anytime we're doing something with the internal rotation of the back leg, we need to be as wide as our hips are forward. All 3 poses that we just did, internal rotation of the back hip joint, right? Now that we're gonna do moon pose, half moon pose, it's a little bit out to the side. Okay, more like what pose?
Warrior 2.
Exactly, warrior 2. And so sometimes you could go, like if it's a all levels class or even an intermediate class, you could go right from warrior 2 into half moon and then out. Not for a beginner class though, but you see, because it's on the same plane, it's okay to do that. So what we're gonna do, and anytime we're lifting up to one leg, you wanna keep a micro bend, okay, to use muscle. Don't, even if you cue this in your class, people will still lock their knee out and come up like that. It's not safe. Bring your left arm behind your back. Your right hand has the block. And you're going to bend the front knee a little bit and reach as far forward as you can. And then drop the mat to the floor, like as high up on your mat as you can or off the mat. You're gonna need to go higher than that. Okay, so from here, you're gonna start to lift the back leg. You're still kind of facing the floor, flex the foot. Externally rotate the back leg. And then from here, you're opening up the shoulder girdle. You can straighten the standing knee at this leg at this point, pressing the ball onto the big toe, right? And then, yeah, come down slowly, bend the standing knee to come out of it. Good. This one is a beast. Because you guys, we're getting into the harder stuff now, because even if you're not teaching this in a beginner class, as teachers, you're gonna learn these. Here's the other thing. Are you already using the wall, Kim?
I just did that last time.
Okay, we're using the wall. Find a piece of wall.
After I almost fell into my computer, I went to the wall.
Yeah. Go ahead and do it. Okay, you're doing the same exact thing, all right? You're gonna have, I don't know, about hip, like your hip away. And then same thing, lifting the back leg. This time though, you're gonna have the wall for adjusting. Shoulder blades against the wall, hip against the wall. Try it. Find a focus point and breathe. Activate through that lifted leg, although the leg that's hanging out in space has no choice but to engage. Make sure you're not locking your knee out, press the ball mound. Open your hips more. Okay. Look down at the floor, bend your standing knee, come back to a standing position. Do the other side when you're ready. Good. Lift your leg a little higher. Rotate your hips open a little more. Perfect. Activate that foot, flex it, and see if you can straighten your standing leg. Good. Take a couple breaths, and then come out of it, bend the standing knee. Even more than that next time. That was amazing.
That felt really.
Okay. Everybody look at their standing foot and make sure it's pointing straight forward. Rotate open a little bit more, Jess. Hips. What? This pose is standing on one leg and twisting open, doing ridiculous things, makes you tired. Okay, fine, use that wall, because you need a leg. Lower your leg a little bit. And then move your leg away from the wall. Okay. Now, since you're here, press the ball out of the big toe, because we're trying to find an arch feeding in every standing pose. Activate the leg, put your belly in and out, Tadasana spine. So look straight at me. And then lengthen through the crown of the head. Straighten your arm. Good. Because this is still not Tadasana. You're super curved here, so can I touch your belly? Push this in, lengthen through the crown of the head. More. There you go. Stay here. Activate here. Harder. You're in total alignment. Go ahead and bend the standing knee to come out of it. So, and I'm gonna say too, like when we're talking about looking and neutral, like keep your neck in a neutral position. I don't know why it's like so, like, yes, this is a focus point, but if we're trying to like find neutral spine and stuff, just keep your neck neutral, look straight ahead. When you perfect the alignment in a pose, then move your head, you know? Yes, do all the same things. Find Tadasana. You got, yep, you got it. I'm gonna move your leg back just a little bit. There. Press the ball out of the big toe. Quadriceps engaged. Lengthen through the crown of your head. Looks pretty good, right?
Yeah, that's very nice.
Much. Okay, come down out of this. Before I adjusted you on this side, this was your Tadasana.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard. But you fixed it immediately. That's good. You could also do it with the front of your body facing the wall, okay? You could also do it with a yoga belt, right? You could also do any of these where you're lifting a leg on the wall or a chair. You could just practice the legs. I'm not straight here, but.
Yeah, that's a very good one.
Okay, we're gonna do triangle pose, Trikonasana on the wall. Jazz is like, yeah, or not. Alright, so we're just gonna go right into it. I just wanna see you guys and we've talked so much about triangle pose. I wanna see your triangle poses against the wall, which means shoulder blades are touching the wall, hip is touching the wall. And actually, use a block. Everybody use a block. Remember the things that we talked about in triangle. Okay, whose shoulder blades are not touching the wall? And if they're not touching the wall, where else in your body are you compensating for that? Or what is tight?
Right ribs.
Your right ribs, your right kidneys, you're crushing it.
Yep.
Okay, everyone come up. All right. Let's see if I can. No. Yeah, lots of deepening here. Okay, so my shoulder blade doesn't touch. Remember the back foot
getting more space from the wall help me, but I don't think that. You that's it.
Yeah, deepen your right hip crease, and you need more of an internal rotation of the back leg. Sam, yes, no, yes, now reach. And then. Yeah, okay, Jazz, stay where you are. Can you bring Kim and everybody come look at Jazz?
For ride, Kim.
All right, let's go.
Field trip.
Okay,
Alright, do you see Jazz?
Mhm.
you're engaging this spot, right?
No.
Okay. Are you, and this might, she might not have the room for this because we're doing it on the wall, but see if you can bring your heel closer to the wall.
Can't see through Jen.
You know, because we're like heel to heel.
No, it's y'all can't see, but under the shirt, all of this is like,
Crunch.
it's really going through it, yeah.
Okay, so this knee is also pointing towards me, pointed toward externally rotate. Now that should give you room to deepen this right hip crease and lengthen through the crown of your head at the same time.
I think I should bring my legs closer together, not move it. I'm trying to lengthen my head, it's just.
All right, stay where you are, just one more breath, okay? Lower belly in and up. And then I'm gonna move your arm. Come out of it. Do the other side. That looked really good though, right?
Yeah,
It's super aligned.
Yeah.
Like we're talking hyper focus alignment here. Everybody's foot was in a good spot. Like nobody was trying to bend in half, so that's good. Okay, bandas are activated, legs are engaged. This looks like you're longer on this side. Is that true?
It feels good, it feels, like this side feels like it's getting a really good stretch.
Yeah, without it poking up, right?
Yeah, I don't feel as crunched up, I mean, like I was, the other way.
Would you have her lower that block one level or?
Oh, for sure. But for now, it's too crunchy because the wall is actually really, because, you know, because the back hip is internally rotated and she's already rotated in the shoulder girdle as much as she's gonna go. So, okay, go ahead and bend the knee and come up. It's actually very rare that somebody can be in Tadasana with the hand, or Trikonasana with the hand all the way down and still have Tadasana spine. So let's try it on our mats and not away from the wall.
You don't get dizzy.
I'll look away.
What is one of the main things that we've talked about for Trikonasana on the feet? Like what is something you never want to see? Or that you always want to see? Let's say that. Say it, Kim.
The angle of the feet.
What is the back foot supposed to be doing? And where are our feet lined up? Nope. Heel to arch. And then the back foot is at like 45-degree angle.
Mhm.
Toes are turned in. And why are our toes turned in? Like, what are we trying to do?
Square our hips.
No. We're not squaring the hips in triangle.
And they're open it up.
Okay, gather around.
Trying to keep the knee in alignment with the hip, right?
Yeah, we are, for sure. Okay, watch my pelvis when my foot is parallel. Like my head naturally wants to just go like this because my body's so used to doing it, but remember we were watching just bending? What has to happen in order for this crease to deepen so I have room for my hamstrings? Like I can kind of get away with it here, but now I can actually have Tadasana spine. It doesn't just help, it's necessary, yeah. I don't ever wanna see you guys doing triangle pose without your toes in this much, okay? And then, so then if I'm here, then I'm kind of like, I'm stretching, overstretching this and crunching this, right? Okay, but when I drop the heel, now I can lengthen through the crown of the head. My problem is the rotation of the spine. Legs have to be really active. Okay, do it. With or without the block. So yeah, the hips are not square, but there is an internal rotation of the back hip. And Jazz, that's a little bit too much. So heel to arch. And your legs are longer than that, so yep, there you go. Now move in this by deepening the right hip crease. Come back up. This is a hard one. It is a hard one. Okay, I'm gonna do it on the other side. So the hips are not actually facing the floor, right? But they're also not here. They're somewhere in between. Yeah. My hips are not facing the floor. Now they're more square, but not really, but yeah. Okay, try it again on the other side. Your legs are longer, so take a wider stance. Yes. Go ahead and bring your block down. And you need to yep, do you feel the difference? That's where your hips are for your triangle. Now lengthen through the crown of your head, like not to crush the kidneys. Take your top shoulder back a little bit, lower belly in and up. Okay, bend your knee, come out of it. That was just a kiss. Don't forget that feeling, okay? Yeah. Okay, how do you feel, Kevin?
Good.
Now that we've done regular triangle, we're moving into revolved triangle, which, yes, Pravrita Trikonasana. Now, in what you guys are used to, we just go right into it, right? But it's actually very complicated. So everybody is going to take the block. Everybody's gonna use the block for this one. What is it called? Paririta. Paririta Trikonasana. Paririta Trikonasana. Revolve triangle pose. Okay, so we just did this one, right? Hips are square. We're right here, right? Yeah? Yes. Parshvattanasana. This is the same setup for revolved triangle. So if you can keep your hips here and just rotate open the shoulder girdle, then you qualify to go all the way. You might even qualify to go here, but for now we're using a block. Yeah, go for it. Keep deepening the right hip crease as you rotate from the rib cage. Both legs are pressing, active. Hips are square to the back of the mat. Take a few, your hips are not square, look at your foot though, that's why. For this one, we are not heel to arch. Yep, yes. Now deepen your left hip crease more. Can I use my hands to show you? There.
That's what you.
Yes, and keep the legs active, do both sides. So like Sam, you're set up perfectly. So you're just trying to rotate more from the rib cage, which depending on mobility is gonna work or not. So I'm gonna give you a little, actually just take a breath and come out of it. I'm gonna show everyone the adjustment. Move your right hip crease back, Reagan. Yep, press both feet evenly. Good. Okay, everyone come up, other hand. Yes. You're like,
Does it matter?
it matters right now until you are actually rotated all the way open, you're gonna stay on the inside of the foot. Because it's more accessible this way. Do you see what I mean? Okay, everybody come up, and then I need Sam at one of these mats. Can she use your mats? Okay. All right, Sam is gonna do this at Deb's mat. Remember, you have long legs, so your stance is gonna be a little bit longer. Turn the block sideways. Actually, here and here. Okay, deepen that left hip crease. Good, now rotate over. So we're just working on the, like, this is an honest revolved triangle. So the first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna stabilize her right here like before. I'm gonna actually pull this hip back a little bit. Pull this hip back a little bit, good. And then I'm just gonna help her rotate the rib cage. Is this your limit? Okay.
On that side.
Come out of it. And I don't know why, even though I know why, right? Go ahead and come out. But if I'm an asshole, I can be like, well, just try a little harder. Take it. No, she had breast cancer and she has scar tissue there. She's not gonna move. If somebody tells you they're done and it's their limit, believe them. Okay, other side. Her legs are set up pretty good, right? Yep, squared hips. Okay, adjustment. Stabilize, ground, and I'm gonna actually pull you back, yep. And then adjust. So she's actually gonna do all the work, rib cage. And that's it. Which is still great, right? Go ahead and come out of it. What is the purpose of this pose, do you think? Give me a couple. And then Reagan, I'm gonna have you go next.
The twist in the thoracic.
Yeah, so trying to keep mobility in the spine or opening up the spine. The intercostals are stretching.
After this, like, all this feels forward.
Yeah, yes.
Really working. That's
And
like-
with any standing pose,
Yeah.
with any standing pose, what are we trying to do? Whether it's warrior one or this one or half moon, what is a main component of the standing postures?
The strengthening thing?
Yep, strengthening the legs, training the legs for alignment for more difficult things or just for, you know, balancing the body. It's a lot of leg work in the standing stuff. Okay, Reagan is next because she has more room. I mean, yours was amazing, but I'm just like.
I know what you mean, okay.
That's the dream.
Yep. Inside of the foot. Other arm. Yep. Okay, so as you twist open, deepen that right hip crease. Okay, now. I can't tell if her knee is like that, but I don't.
Well, I pants if you want it,
Just press your legs. Can I do this adjustment on you? Okay. Stabilize, ground, just the rib cage. Take a breath. As you exhale, rotate. Is this your limit?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Do you see how hard this pose is?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and come out of it when you're done. Do the other side. Who's really rotating in the rib cage? You?
She's like, oh,
Yeah.
it felt hard, you know, on the one side.
Yeah. Okay, do the
I
other
like
side.
This is probably my least favorite pose.
Me too.
Yeah. That's all.
You guys should see how I go, like, I literally can have 2 blocks here, and then I'm like, yeah, that's my limit. This is my revolved triangle, if I'm being honest. If I'm doing it in another lineage, then I'm just like, yeah, I'm doing the best I can, but.
It just feels so unnatural. That's why I think we always wanna twist to the other side. I always do that.
I got you. I got you. But wait, press both feet. Okay, this is an assist. I'm not gonna let her go.
Oh, no.
But engage when you need to in order to stay. I'm not gonna let you go. Press your feet. Take another breath. And then go ahead and come up. What a wider stance.
A little bit.
For her, yeah. And for everybody, but she doesn't need as wide of one, but for balance, like if you're losing your balance, for sure you need wider stance. And then eventually that hand goes on the outside of the foot. And do you see why Ashtanga was freeing for me? I get to just do revolved triangle instead of like all of this nonsense, which is actually what healed my body. All right, one more person. You're sweating.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's just stretching, guys. Come on.
Works more.
I know.
When you're doing it honestly, it's a whole body experience, right? And then you gotta breathe. This is great. Rotate open from the rib cage a little bit more. Find your arches. All right. So then she starts to lose the hips a little bit. So here I am. Instead of bending back, reach that way with your head and just rotate the rib cage. Don't worry about where your arm is.
There you go. She should probably drop the block.
I feel like that needs to go back.
Or the
Right.
outside.
Are you able to pull this back? Okay, good. Just keep your legs. Rotate. You okay? Take a couple breaths, press your feet.
Looks really good. With your left hand, are you pulling away or?
I'm
pushing
pulling,
away?
I'm deepening this because she wants to lose it. Okay, can you stay here? Yeah. Hold it.
Yeah, the block goes way too far.
Come on up. Okay, do the other side on your own with everything you just felt in the body.
Yeah, just
It's that easy. You already know you can start with the dogs on the outside like that. That's the one you have to back.
Right now.
No, you're good. Keep going. Yeah, I like this. Keep it high like that. Press your feet. Yep, there you go. Press your feet. Ball mounds. Good. As you rotate, also shoulder blades down the back. Straighten your arms. You don't need to go lower. Just worry about the alignment and the twisting. So straighten your block arm. Yes, thank you. Right, deepen the right hip crease. Straighten your floating arm. Reach through the fingertips. Okay. It's good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and come up.
So much going on. So many muscles.
Yeah, it's not good. Do like this twist.
Are we good with this one?
Oh, man.
Yep.
that's so
Okay. You thought your practice was hard before with all this new knowledge. Just wait now every time you do revolve triangle. What time are we at, guys?
3:25.
Okay, I want to do one more revolve and then we'll take a 5-minute break, okay?
I really did like open up.
I mean,
It does feel good after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you're done.
Even Christiana in this pose isn't her shoulders are not stacked, so to say.
Right.
And we're not using the word stacked, of course, but rotating so that, I mean, you'd be surprised at how far your thoracic can twist. When you're doing that with 500 other things, you know? Okay. Actually, we haven't done regular side angle yet, right?
No.
Okay, so let's take a 5-minute break now. When we come back, we're doing side angle and revolve side angle.
Okay.
Good. Yoga is a whole new world for you.
It really is. Like, oh, engage your muscles, what?
This is so cute because also Christiana always had such a hard time with chaturanga, and she's the one who I'm like, just do it, just take the picture. But this is actually a really struggling chaturanga here. This is not the alignment we're looking for. So much better though than when she first started. Did the lunge, we did the external rotation. We did plank before chaturanga, right? Yeah. And when we did Urdhva Hastasana, I already showed you guys how to rotate the shoulders, didn't I? Huh?
Remember that one, is that one that's heading to her?
It's right there. And I have the fan going, but if you guys want to turn it higher, you can. Yeah, even my foot in this picture, because I didn't have a teacher to tell me, my foot isn't rotated that far in here.
And when my daughter did look at swimsuits the other night, and she tried on something that I was like, your channel is serious, Christiana.
Ah! Love her.
Since I didn't do much, I'm really like kind of like,
Me too.
like I'm gonna like move it, so.
Yeah, like puke or just pass out.
One of the two.
Okay.
So if I just sit down and do something, that's why.
That is absolutely fine. Because I think we're, what I'm gonna have you guys do now is, I think we might save your vault for next time. Because now we're getting into the harder postures, you're not gonna use them in your teaching. This is just for your own personal growth that you need before you leave this training.
So I hate side plank, like my feet never feel, we do side plank.
We did do side plank on the arm, moving the foot, so you're just gonna move your foot in front of the other foot. And yeah, so we did side plank, right, Reagan?
I don't think we
I
did
think you
side
just-
planks. I think, yeah.
Okay.
We did, yeah, sure.
We'll save it then.
Yeah, yeah, I don't think we actually, we talked about it.
Yeah, I mean, we did plank.
I would have remembered because like my one shoulder just won't allow it.
Yeah.
So.
I've never felt comfortable in side plank.
And what about boat pose? Did we do boat pose?
Definitely. I have no idea what it was. I know we did it with, who did our anatomy training?
I think my brain is shut off for the day, like, it's gonna be hard to.
Yeah, okay, so here's what we're gonna do then. I'm not gonna add any new postures for today. We're just gonna practice the ones we've already gone over. Reduce it still rise. And then we'll
let some fresh air in for a little bit.
is that gonna be, actually, I prefer if the fan goes on higher.
It's just
It's
word
gonna
out.
be class, and then this week
Yeah,
that needs
yeah.
to go on.
So I look at myself in the mirror, which I don't know, I just, I do a little like that.
Yes.
Yeah, so, I don't know. But be heard.
Okay,
I know.
that should help. We've tried for years later, it doesn't help running the rhythm of but the heat is totally off now. And then come sit by this fan, feels better.
My sister got stars on the top of her foot. She was years.
That was in Hawaii, I don't remember anymore, I don't remember.
All right,
I was gonna ask you about that when I saw it.
Oh, I was like, wow, it's very, and this, he was like, it didn't hurt me. Wow.
We'll just get it over with.
everyone's gonna need a yoga belt. Thank you.
Yes.
I always feel like you're Capricorn, like I feel Cappy energy.
Every time you
Really? Yeah. My son's a Capricorn.
I know Virgos and Capricorns, I think they get along really well, like you would match.
17, so. Not right now. Hopefully in a few years.
I enjoy my 18-year-old more than I enjoy my 14-year-old.
I don't know, I feel like he's been a little asshole since he was 12.
Well, the
Once they
aliens,
get that age, like my nephews and stuff, once they hit the age where they're cool, that's what I call it. I'm like, once they're cool.
But they know everything too, you
Yeah.
can't tell anything.
Well, the aliens kidnap them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Just
don't
leave her
bring
in
them back
vessel.
for-
When my nephew turned 13, I wasn't his favorite anymore. I was like, wow, I just want to hang out with the boys. Like, you don't hang out with your auntie anymore. It was so something. It was fun.
Yeah. You see my little side kids, we used to do everything together. It's so sad.
Now he's 17, he's starting to chill back out.
Not my son. But I was like that too, like my mom did not, my mom and I are like that son, so.
I think that's gonna spell it, I could be wrong.
We wouldn't know, so we would. Color light.
I can't see through the back though, so.
The fact that you can get really, like, if you do mess up, you still get really close to spelling it. It's like burning in your brain goals. I'm not like that, and so the words get, but. It's pretty cool, like, you know, like, another language pretty much.
Yeah, it
It's
is,
pretty cool.
it is, it's exactly another language.
It's pretty cool calling your teaching already, like, this is cool. I don't know, cool stuff going on. Do you want to sit here or you can talk later?
No, yeah, it feels really good right here.
She's like, it did.
Yeah, just cook it up on her.
What other poses did we do? We did Trikonasana, we did revolve also, but we don't need to do that one again.
That half moon at the bottom there.
Yeah, half moon at the bottom of the wall, mirror 3, partial Trikonasana. Actually, yeah, we're gonna do. Okay. So I'm not gonna add any new poses because it's a lot of information. And kind of like what I was just saying to Polly, you guys already have all of the postures that you need for teaching your practice, your beginner classes. These are all for your personal growth and your yoga practice and to help you see things with alignment, because you know, you're gonna see all the internal, external rotation, you're gonna see lengthening of the spine, you're gonna see when somebody's hips aren't square, things like that. Because the postures that we practice as teachers is gonna get more difficult from this point on, okay? You're still gonna learn them with props and learn how to cue them. So technically, when you leave this training, you'll be able to teach a beginner class, but you'll also be able to teach an all levels class. You should be able to. Yeah. Okay, so what you guys are gonna do is pair up in groups, two, and then me and you can. And then, actually, I don't wanna do that. We'll just do 4 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Damn it. How about
3, 3.
3, 2, 2?
I could just observe too, like it doesn't like.
Oh, it's okay, we want you to be a part of it.
I need the 3, I need to read the word.
Yeah, you're gonna be in the 3. So Kim is gonna go with you guys. All right, so what you're gonna teach each other, and we're just gonna go one pose to the next, okay? Like no like extra, remember we're trying to keep it simple. Even for these difficult postures, remember like the rules of cueing. If you wanna lift up, you have to press down. If you wanna twist, you have to engage, you know? If you want your hips to be facing a certain way, watch the feet. And give very simple and precise cues to make that happen. Use rotations, you know, location. So you guys are gonna do triangle pose and adjust each other in it. Just regular Trikonasana. You're gonna do Parsvottanasana with a block, if needed, and hands on. So we're looking for alignment. Some of you will need a block, some of you won't. Same thing with Trikonasana. Be honest with your person. If they're bent a little bit in the spine, they need a block. We're talking about alignment. Virabhadrasana 3 with a block, and verbal cues. That one, there's not hands-on adjustments, it's verbal. Because this is one you could also do in a beginner class. Ardha Chandrasana with a block against the wall like we did. You're gonna help your person, you're gonna talk them through the wall. Talk them through it against the wall. And then Parivrtta Trikonasana, what we just did, finish with that one, the revolved triangle with the block, help people get aligned, ready, set, go. Okay, I know we're all tired. After this, we're gonna do a couple of lying down things and we're pretty much done for the day, okay?
You said if you wanna lift up, you have to push down, if you wanna twist, you have to engage. Was it like doing that?
To align the hips, look at the knee.
That was nice, I was like, ooh.
Yeah. Yeah. Those are really 3 really big things for, you know, figuring out the voice. All right, teachers. 3, 2, 2. And honestly, if you want to go in another area, that's fine too, because I know it can get loud in this small space. Nicole's gone for the day, so if you want to go into another area, just bring your blocks with you.
Coming for a ride, Kim.
Awesome. Yeah, if we can be heard, that would be good.
Those are
I guess.
Alright.
Yeah.
I feel like I need to like look at which one.
Yeah.
Which
I was gonna
again,
ask
and,
you,
like,
like,
I feel like I need to pull these out.
Oh, something just happened.
No,
What
not
was
today.
that?
No, wait. Yeah, she was doing this, this is for practice hands-on stuff, and, so we're all clear, well, actually, this is gonna be your first time touching it each other, right? So ask permission, one time, and then you're gonna be, you know, I mean, you saw what I did, sometimes I was like, if I'm going to a more intimate area like the waist, I might ask again, like, I'm gonna touch your waist, is that okay? So figure that out, see what feels okay, okay?
So, and I'm comfortable with it, setting, so you want to just like go.
Practice. She's gonna practice asking you though, too.
Yeah.
Good.
All right, Kim, so you just shout out wherever you want today.
Oh, wait.
Deb is
Oh, wait,
gonna
no, that's the
teach
wrong
me
one.
first, she has to leave in 20 minutes.
Thank you.
I
see the pot.
That's Parshvanathanasana, you're right, this is Purvottanasana. My bad, Purvottanasana.
They're like this.
Yeah, not completely.
So it was.
And Polly, because she's practicing,
No, wait,
getting comfortable
I
with
think you
asking
were right.
permissions, so
She's
I.
right.
Wait, you're right, so then I'm gonna.
Like, you can ask.
Okay, so it's the spelling that was wrong, so that's.
Purvottanasana.
I'm not telling you guys which one it is.
I know.
Thanks.
That's the forward. Right? The forward.
It's intense,
If,
like stretch pose.
Yeah. I wanna do that one.
With your left foot out. I think you need to ground and make sure that's what the.
Stabilize.
Okay.
Adjust, yeah.
I thought that was your hand. Oh, no, sorry.
So other side.
So she's doing my normal.
Yeah.
So
Is that the
It's hard not to, right? Okay, stabilize.
And then there's the double. The double.
Kind of press down, stabilize, ground, and adjust. Does that feel better?
Great.
Here we go.
All right, let's do it.
So ask for that page.
Take a couple breaths.
You wrote in the option code.
So starting in
Take a couple breaths.
we're gonna go
And
into
then you're gonna ask her if she's good.
Trikonasana,
Start
triangle
You ask her to
pose.
hold it. and
Go ahead and take your left foot back
Focus like this right here, I'm gonna go.
and make
Your
sure,
muscles
yes,
to
your toes are
pose.
pointed.
And then
Yep,
this
then
hand
have a
roll,
breeze.
and say, are you?
And
Are you
you might wanna use a lock on
And
this
if she's
one.
wobbling, tell her to press her feet.
Thank you.
Tell her to press her feet. Now she's got it on her own. Take one more breath and then come out.
That was definitely like,
This
It's weird to touch people,
Yeah,
right?
that was-
We're gonna.
It's so funny because I know we're both.
Dad, press the right
Yeah,
hand,
I was like,
the right hand, press, yeah, so you're like rounding this, and.
yeah, no, like.
Making sure you're
Is that
putting
enough
your
pressure?
so much more long amounts of your
You don't have to though. 'Cause it-
toe, the big
yeah.
toe.
But then,
It's so
Yeah.
weird to say.
I know it is.
But like, it's a ball.
If you don't know, you don't. You're, just tell her to engage, press her feet, tell her you're gonna walk away, front face, and then, yep. Only touch if your full hand is
You
on there.
are
Good.
deep.
Nice. How did it feel for you to touch someone?
Right?
I'm a little cautious,
Yeah.
especially with the hip, to me, that's a very.
Yeah.
Sensitive
Yeah.
area. And Cully, just when I did the first side, I went to grab her arm.
When you're ready, go ahead and.
Yes, good.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, because that is something we all do.
Push that back.
No, that's
great. You want to go back.
This is hard, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Creepy fingers.
And
Yeah.
are you?
Creepy. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Not very well, because there's the ambient noise, so I'm just watching, it's all good.
That's here, right?
You guys might want to run in the other room.
Yeah.
Is that okay? That's fine. Just grab your stuff and then you can bring them.
Yeah, right there.
Here, right?
Or, okay, fine. Then, like 2 minutes you have to be, or like 5 minutes out there? Like 10? Yes. Okay, when it's yours and Coley's turn to give the adjustments or verbal cues, she'll take you out in the other room.
Perfect.
So for
Yep.
now, it's just gonna be, yeah, you watching Deb before she moves.
Cool.
Yeah, just remember, we did good. Okay, ready?
All right. And make sure you just did it.
Yeah, you don't have to, yeah, just do whatever cue, like, once they're in the pose, give the adjustments. Or the cues.
Make sure you're in.
Just a hip twist thing.
Okay, so I'm gonna adjust them to my so I'm gonna lean against.
I would say, is it okay if I adjust your waist? Yeah.
Is it okay if I adjust your waist?
Yes.
Or square your
Square your
hips.
hips.
I like that better. Full hand up there.
Maybe like a rotation.
Just lower back.
Yeah.
That, and then.
Sorry.
Yeah, like that's. I was just gonna feel the back. Now she's bending back, so you actually want her, yeah, there we go. And then just
Like my brain is so where is that?
Like you did I do it right?
Okay, now walk away with
And
that.
now I'm gonna let go and then deepen the.
The last thing you're gonna let go of is, yeah, so just be like engaged, press your feet on the step way. And then if she starts to wobble, stay with her.
Okay.
My head up over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll have you do it.
Make sure you're giving honest feedback to your person about how it feels. If it's aggressive or too tight.
Let's see, where did we start?
I'll be assisting to you. Assisting, I'm trying to remember.
She's actually-
I'll be assisting you today, is that okay? Yes.
So
from here, go ahead
There you
and
come on,
step your left foot
yeah,
back,
go ahead now, adjust her.
point your toes forward, so you square your hips to the front of your mat.
And remember, she's already.
Now we're
done
gonna
it.
take your right
So you
hand
don't
with your
sit
block
right
and reach
From the
forward
shoulder down.
and put it on the outside of your right foot.
You do it at one time.
Yeah.
So I want you to push into your ball mount of both knees. Really engage your quadriceps.
And then
Deepen your groin on the right side. Does it feel better?
Yeah.
And from here, I want you to externally rotate your left shoulder.
Hey guys, sometimes you're actually not gonna be able to walk away. So then here's what you're gonna do. Go ahead. Kim, I'll show you in a second. So here's what you're gonna do. If you're bringing somebody to a place they've never been before, okay, and they're not actually able, so you're just gonna breathe with them, and then you're going to take them by their pinky. Come on, come on. And you're gonna help them up and then. Okay. That way you're not doing the work or hurting yourself.
We're like, oh, we don't put ball in the word.
Yeah, so help them out. It's not so stupid.
So we'll do it.
Yeah, okay.
So go ahead and breathe.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
different.
So, okay, yeah, so take your right foot back.
Support your right
Point your
toe.
toes forward, square your hips to the front of the mat. Now I want you to take the block and
There you
reach forward
And now that she's here,
and go ahead
ask
to the
her
block
if
on
she
the
can drop her head
outside
a little bit or lengthen
of your left foot.
head.
From here, I want you to nice again, press the ball
Nice.
out. Engage your quadriceps. Deepen your right left hip a little bit. Don't split it up. From this point, I want you to externally rotate this shoulder up. Reaching your fingers to the center.
For that cue, Sam, I would say rotate the rib cage or rotate the shoulder girdle open. Those are two cues that work really well for this one.
Rotate the shoulder girdle open.
Tell me if you can't see me, Kim.
What the
you're good.
hell?
So that's better.
That's
You can
correct.
flip her around.
What is it called? It's not, oh,
Yeah,
it's
sorry.
not.
It's like we're trying to.
I did have it right. Harsh roll Tadasana. Not harsh rod Tadasana.
I'm gonna kick some butt. Yeah, that might. I know we're both like this.
Let me see.
Just doing like a forward.
Yes.
I don't wanna like hurt. I know, that's gonna take a little time. It's going to. Well, it's normally like we practice, but you're not like. Yeah. No, come on, that. Okay, all right.
Actually, the alignment was not good.
Do that again.
Go back into it,
Yeah, just with the hands on.
So, do you need the?
It's just little stuff.
Yeah.
It's just little stuff. She had the external rotation for sure, so she can, there we go, okay. Rotate your hip open a little bit more.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna want to bring that right.
Foot okay the way it is, or should it be pointing at me?
I mean, it should be pointing at you.
And you can, there you go, she held the rotation.
Can you keep that and then rotate the hips open actually more? Okay, that's fine. And then the block could go more under your hand. Yeah.
Right.
And just look straight forward.
Put your hands on your hips.
Nice.
And just
Right?
You need some chocolate. Does anyone have any chocolate?
It feels good.
I'm wondering, like, should be consider more.
In my right leg.
Okay. It doesn't matter.
Okay, like, I wanted to.
You wanna actually, you're pulling her back, to square. And
neutral.
so she's doing right, like the door.
Right, there you go.
She's trying to, well, now you're showing her, get out of the line. Let me do it.
There you go. Yes, because it was to align the square.
Nice. Square off,
Yeah, you can be on either side. You could be on either side, as long as you're not straight behind. So.
And I'm not really,
Yeah.
she didn't have to do like primarily hip relief.
Okay, so the
Yeah.
square.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay, so that other side.
I mean, come back into it on the other side.
Nice.
I think that,
I know.
It's like, for this
Okay.
one,
Okay, so again, we're gonna
you're
put our
absolutely
hands on
correct.
the hips.
We're gonna get that stabilization, the grounding, and the down, right? This one is such a quick movement that you're just like,
Hands on the
Nice.
and you don't have any more of that.
Good job.
Answer.
Good job.
You can do it. I mean, this would be weird. I'm
That
gonna
feels
put my
better.
foot on your foot. More practice.
And then
We're gonna go.
Feels gross, right?
Right.
So for this one, I'm just learning how to adapt.
And I'm gonna let go.
Yeah.
Can I bring you, I'm gonna bring you out to the lobby.
Perfect.
Yeah, definitely. Jazz brought up a good point, like, generally speaking, there's a stabilizer, a grounder, and a mover. But like the one where you're just moving the hips, you could be gross and put your foot on top of the person's foot and then use your hands to shift the hips, but sometimes you're just not gonna have the opportunity to do all three things. Something like triangle where you're like twisting and bending and moving the body in space, like the forward fold where you're moving the hips, they pretty much have something to balance on, so they're already good, yeah. Okay. Have fun. No, Deb's over. Yeah.
Oh.
It's Kevin.
Oh,
Wait.
where are you going with her?
Taking Kim with me.
Have fun, Deb. Deb is something.
Oh.
Taking a break for it.
I don't have any chocolate.
Oh.
You need sugar.
You okay?
I've been eating these things. I did not get to eat lunch because I went to Jonathan's basketball game and I'm like,
I didn't.
Oh
yeah.
no.
neither did
Okay,
Jen.
do you want to like eat and teach at the same time?
Yeah, I might have Charles or just, Jen seems less phased than I do.
Oh no, I'm ready to pass out.
Okay, she's ready to pass out too.
Okay, so how about you two eat something and you can talk in between bites? Like,
Yeah.
See you tomorrow, Deb.
alrighty.
All right, so you're gonna teach Deb first.
Oh,
While I get
okay.
food, if that's all right, unless
Perfect,
you want her to
that's-
teach you.
Just fine. Actually, yeah, either way. Deb, do you want to? I can hear now. That's like the one thing where this does not work at all is when there's multiple voices. Like nothing
Yeah, it's
works.
hard.
Yeah, so this is much better.
Do you want a mat or do you want to be on that rug?
Going old school. No mat, no nothing.
I got this rug here that will probably suffice.
You probably need to see your
I've got a
feet
wall,
though.
so I want people to
Yeah.
sit down, that's the tricky part.
Maybe
If
from the floor.
Is a problem, like you can grab something if
There, I mean, this way you can see your feet.
Yeah, that's awesome. And a lot of these are kind of like bent over. Do you have a block?
Yeah, you're on a block.
Oh, like
Okay.
does Deb have a block?
Oh, I think she's getting one.
Okay. Are you eating yet?
I'm about to.
Good.
I'm gonna go look for some food.
Good. Do it.
Is there a chocolate stash? Okay.
All
You see me
right.
okay? I think you see the most important part at least.
Yeah, I think, and a lot of it'll be like, kind of bent at the waist too, so that should be okay. If it's a problem, I'll tell you, no big deal. I'm gonna stand up for a second. So, okay. So Trikonasana, triangle pose, is the first one. So, take the left, right might be a little confusing, so feel free to clarify. Left foot forward, yep. Right foot, about 45-degree angle, it looks like from here. Reach forward, perfect. Okay. All right, perfect.
Take off my jacket, maybe. That's part of the other problem is you can't see. The body parts.
I'm gonna trust you on this one here.
Right,
That should be
I
just
know,
fine.
right?
Yep, no, that sounds great. The one thing is, before you get too settled, do you need to create any more space in your hips by widening your stance?
Yes, that could be helpful.
Okay, great. All right, and we are doing triangles. So, keeping your left hand on the block, you're gonna rotate your right arm up, twisting in, yep, the upper and middle spine. Great. Okay. Make sure to engage that front leg. All right, as well as the back leg. Okay, and take a breath. Bend your left knee and go ahead and come out of that. Right. You're gonna do the same thing on the other side. Left foot back, right foot forward, I believe. If it's not mirrored. Okay.
When you forget what's right.
All right. Do the opposite.
Right? Just do whatever the other one is.
Other side.
Exactly, other side. And again, before you get too far into it, make sure there's enough space for you in between. Yep. Does that feel better?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, great. All right. And take a breath, lengthen your spine and rotate open. Great. Engage both of your legs. Nice. Okay. Take one more breath. Bend that front knee and go ahead and come out of it. All right, the next one is Parsvottanasana. Does that sound right? Okay, so step forward with your right leg. And exactly. Okay, I believe your heel should be lined up with your heel should be lined up. Great. Okay, and now you're going to put that put the block down on the, like, reach forward and then put the block down in front of you. If one block is not enough, because with your hamstrings, I don't want to push anything, tell me. And you're gonna put both hands on the block.
Cully's gonna grab another block.
Oh, great, okay. Yeah, tell me, because I don't want to push it where it's.
Appreciate that.
We're not going for injuries here. Awesome. Okay, great. Yeah, excellent. Does that feel better as far as the height goes?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, from what I can tell, your back looks good. If you can, deepen the hip crease in the left leg a little bit. Nice. Okay, and take a breath or two here. Okay, and then bend your left knee to come out of it, and we're gonna do the other side. If it's easier, just leave the blocks there, or yeah. You've got the longest mat ever, so got plenty of space to use.
What was that?
What am I doing on myself? I get mixed up, for goodness sakes.
Yep. So you had, wait, is that right? I feel like you should have your left leg. Yeah.
Forward?
So right leg forward, right?
Yep.
Okay, great. All right, reach.
Which one are you?
Which one is she on?
Parshavottanasana.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that back left leg, I believe it's the left leg, you are going to turn your heel in, or your feet, your toes in a little bit. It looks like it's like at a 9-degree angle. Yeah, okay. How does that feel?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, and engage both of the legs. Stand, take a breath, stand up, lengthen your spine, and then yep, there you go. Using both the blocks, excellent. Okay, deepen that right hip crease. And I feel like that looks good. I can't quite see the tops of your hips, but does that feel centered?
It does mostly.
Okay, great. All right, take a couple breaths here. Engage both the legs. Yep. Bend that knee, come out of it. Great. All right. Warrior 3.
What's that?
Warrior 3.
Okay.
You ready for this? All right, we're gonna use a block for that one too. So do it, yeah. All right, great. So
No,
Are you ready?
do it. Deb has to go, Kim.
oh, okay. All right, see Deb.
Okay, assistant will now take over.
You just didn't want to do Warrior 3. I see
That's
how it
right.
is.
Kim, catch me if I fall.
Yeah. About that. I'll catch you in spirit. How about that? All right.
All right.
Okay. So Warrior 3. Looks like you know what you're doing.
Go a little further back.
All right. Yep. Okay.
I have done this already.
Yep. Are those blocks too far out? Like, would it be better if they were a little bit closer to you? There you go. How's that? Okay. All right. And then lifting that back leg up just a little bit more if you're able to. Okay. How does that feel?
It's hard just because of my hammy.
Yeah. Don't push it if that's hitting that point. I'm wondering if you can internally rotate your back leg at all. From here, it looks like it might be, yeah. How does that, is that hitting that point or is that okay?
It's okay. It's just a lot of work.
Oh, yep. Okay, take a breath, bend your knee, come out of that.
Thank you. Bye, Deb. Thank you.
Bye. Bye, Kim.
See them. All right, other side. If you want to turn so your back to the wall, feel free, but I can't actually catch you, so.
Cool.
We're gonna use the wall as the assistant. Okay, great. Yep, okay. All right, that looks good. That looks, take a breath, lengthen. All right, I would even, can you put your chin down just a little? Okay, great. And then bend your knee and come out of that. Does it look like what you were doing was rather than looking up, you were like craning up a little bit?
Oh.
So yeah, so just that little bit of a tuck.
That side feels so much better.
Yeah, it looked much more evenly aligned. The other one, your leg was like struggling to match.
We just did Warrior 3.
Okay, perfect.
So now we're on to half moon.
Perfect.
Half
And
moon
think
pose.
about, yeah, look for center of gravity for this. Kind of like how in Warrior 3, you have to deepen that one hip groin or the other to be able to have a grounded hip, grounded femur.
Mhm.
It's going to be similar in this.
Okay. So yeah, plant that right foot. Yep.
Okay, so see how
Okay.
she's, okay.
So
She's gonna have a hard time. hold
Hold
on,
on.
she's gonna have a hard time balancing because.
Yep, that block needs to move inward towards. Yeah, yep,
Mhm.
start with
Now,
that. Okay,
Even here. Mm-hmm.
yep,
Now-
there you go.
Center of gravity is good.
Yep,
Now you
nice.
just.
Yep,
yeah.
open up. Okay, I cannot see your right foot, so Jennifer, if you can assist on that, but yeah.
It's good.
Okay, cool.
She just
All
needs
right.
to rotate her hip open more.
Okay,
But I think that we determined earlier that that's as far as it goes for now.
that looks good. Yeah. Okay, good job.
Thanks.
You're gonna eat more. Need to eat more after this again.
Actually have the block in your hand to do this one, to start off.
I was just trying to cheat and not be.
You might not get the right spot though.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, good.
Oh, that looks great. Okay. Oh, much better. Yeah, you're
Still deepen your
Mhm.
left hip crease. Yeah, now lengthen.
there you go.
Yeah, do you see that 90-degree angle?
Yeah, that looks awesome.
Mhm.
Watch careful with your neck though. Like
Look straight ahead.
don't strain with your neck. Yeah. Nice. Okay. Take a breath and come out of that. Unless you want
Nice.
to stay in longer, that's fine.
Good
Healing all on
job.
mine.
Nice, and that 90-degree angle that you're seeing is not like for perfection. It's her femur head was
Mhm.
grounded in the hip joint, which is gonna
Yeah, it
help
looks
with
good.
stabilization. Nice job, you guys.
And then revolve triangle, is that the last one we're doing?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. So, okay, Parshivo, or no, I know you, Paravita Trikonasana. Am I saying that right? Paravita?
Yep.
Okay, great. It's like you've done this before.
Me.
No, you're doing, you're doing great. All right. Can you, yeah, you've got both legs engaged. Yeah. All right. I'm not saying anything. I think it looks great.
Okay.
Take a breath. Yep.
No,
One
this
more.
side's
One more.
harder side, so let's see how it goes.
Okay. That's, yeah. So don't push it. And I know you're sliding on that mat a little bit too, so that makes it a little trickier.
That's the rug. It's like-
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Are you able to open up on the shoulders at all more on this, or is that not accessible?
This is about it.
Okay. Okay. All right. And engage that back leg. If you can, like, yeah, nice. Great. Okay. Take a breath. Come out of that.
Woo,
Yeah.
good work.
Well done.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. If you need to chew and talk at the same time, I am fine with that. If you need
Yeah.
more food. Like, please do.
Okay, I'm gonna
right,
take
I'm
a
gonna-
seat.
Move you back here. I'll try this. Rather than my normal Ashtanga perch up there.
Oh, look at your nice cork wheel and cork.
I know. I like the
The
cork,
blocks.
like the feeling. I have a cork mat too that I use sometimes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it doesn't work well for Ashtanga, but I like it for anything that my face is in the mat for a long time.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, what are we doing?
I do not have the list with me.
No worries.
So-
Triangle's first one.
All right, Trikonasana.
Yep.
All right. Let you, there you go.
This is actually a good thing because this is the one where I'm getting in my head from Ashtanga about it. And
I know.
so all the things.
So remember, this one is not like our forward fold. This one is a little more
Mhm.
open than the forward fold.
So I need to do more of that.
Well, it's
And then-
actually, it's heel to arch, so it's
Oh, there
just
we go.
less,
Yep.
like your hips are not gonna be exactly squared, and that's okay. Yep, same side. So you're gonna press into the ball mound of that front big toe. Deepen that right hip crease. There you go. Can you activate that back leg?
It's pretty active.
It's active, okay.
Yeah, and it's the
Alright.
baggy pants.
And are you able to, so maybe just, okay, there we go, yeah. Are you able to create length in your side body? Oh, there, that looks nice. Okay, that's a really good triangle. All right, yeah, bend your knee and come up, and let's try the other side. So remember to open up. You don't need to have your hips squared in this one. There you go. Just deepen that hip crease. Yeah, there you go. Okay. And yeah, I'm assuming your legs are already active.
Yes.
Yep. Pushing into the bottom on a big toe, ripping apart the mat. Yeah, that looks like a perfect triangle. Good work. Bend that knee and come on up.
Okay.
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 And now it's the forward fold. So like
yeah,
hands
partial
behind your back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this one you do want to square your hips. So you're gonna let have a little more space in between your feet.
Okay.
Okay. And you're still going to be ripping the mat apart with both feet, and you're going to be deepening in that right hip crease to square the hips.
Hands down, right?
Yep, hands down on the block. I mean, you know so much already. And then let's see, can you do shoulder blades towards each other and down the back? Make sure those legs are active. But yeah, there, that looks good. So you had a little more rounding before that last cue.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Okay, let's do the other side. All right. So same thing, shoulder blades towards each other and down the back. Oh yeah, that looks good. And your legs are active.
Yes.
They're square. So I can't see the top of your hips right now. Do they, like, if you put a block up there, do you think it would be? I wish I could move the screen.
I know I could. It is now. If I do that,
Okay.
I think it is.
Okay, perfect. So what did you have to move to do that?
I had to rotate inward more.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Like I feel like I'm totally twisting like parivrita just to get where.
Like it's almost like it feels like here, even though I know it's not. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. When Deb adjusted me, I was like, I felt like should just like spin up to the air because I felt so twisted.
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. So, warrior 3.
Yep. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So same setup as you were pretty much for your forward fold there for Parsvottanasana. Bring your block, and that one, so that's more for half moon. So warrior 3, we want it more center of gravity, towards us.
Okay.
And then, or maybe a little bit more forward. There you go. Yep, let's try that. All right, and you're going to, shift your weight forward and lift up that back leg.
Oh yeah, both hands stay on the block for this one. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So for that one, you need to square your hips more. So maybe bring your left toes down. There you go. And can you bring that back leg up higher? Okay,
that might be it.
Okay, yeah. All right, well, looks good. Bend the knee and come down slowly.
Yeah, it hits my hamstring on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I hear you. I've now done it like 4 times. All right, so bend the knee in and come up and make sure you're keeping a slight micro bend. Same thing. Yep, there you go. Spin that, twist that. Yeah, there you go. That did it. And then lengthening through the crown of the head. Okay, looks good. So that side you're able to lift much higher.
Oh yeah, this hamstring's better than this one. So that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay.
Whew, yeah, that is.
I know. All right, so I think it's half moon now.
Yes.
Okay, so let's get by the wall. You're gonna use the wall for support.
Good.
This one, I want you to really bend your knee and reach that block out further from you. As far, yep, there you go. Yep. And then you're going to, with that left hip against the wall, you're going to open up. There you go, lift up, and yep, so twist open. So you want to, is that externally rotating? Yep. And actually, can you look straight ahead? You want to keep a neutral spine. There you go. Can you lift your right leg? There, okay, yep, there you go. You got it. Okay, looks good. Yep, bend the knee and come down carefully, and let's do the other side. So really reach ahead with that one. There you go. Okay, same thing. You're gonna open up, press into that, deepen that right hip crease a little if you can. Yep, there you go. You can move your block under you a little more towards you. A little bit more. There you go. Okay. And rub your head and pat your tummy at the same time. Can you externally rotate that top leg more? So bring the toes out. There you go.
Yeah.
Look straight ahead. Don't hurt your neck. There you go. Here. Yep. That looks good.
Oof.
Okay. Good job. Come on down.
I should do that one more often. Like
I know that one's killer.
Mm-hmm.
That is crazy. Okay. Is there? Oh,
revolve
Rita
triangle.
Trikonasana.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So, yep, this one's more set up like the forward fold. So you do want to square your hips and leave a little more space in between your feet on the mat.
Yep.
And you're going to come down with the opposite hand as your front leg. There you go. Okay. And you're going to push into that front foot, the ball mound of the big toe, deepen that hip crease. Okay. And then can you open up, bringing your right arm up towards the sky. There you go. And then try to deepen that hip crease even more if you can activate those legs.
Yeah, something feels weird. I think it's the.
Okay, that looks better. Again, maybe look ahead for a little bit. Like, there you go. Oh, there, that looks a little more neutral.
Okay, yeah, that feels better.
Okay, yep, because otherwise your back was like really like twisty.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like not in a good way.
Yeah, which is what we do every single day we practice.
Yeah, maybe that's why it feels weird, because it's more like aligned.
All right, yep. Same side, deepening that left hip crease, pushing into the ball on a big toe, lengthening through the top of the spine, through the top crown of the head, I guess. Yep. And so you actually like move forward. So if you can move your hips back, deepening that left hip crease. There you go. There, I see it. Okay. And now twist open. Nice.
That's weird. If
Okay.
I do it like that, I can't twist open all the way.
I know, because
like normally I can. Yeah,
I know. It's your honest triangle.
Yeah, it's not open. That's interesting.
I know.
Oof.
Okay.
Now I'm sweating.
Awesome. Good job. I'm not sure what they're doing inside the room, so we're gonna go find out.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, let me bring you with. Oh, I got more blocks. Hold on. I have 3 blocks now.
Just collecting blocks.
I know. And Jennifer's phone for the hospital.
You need a bag or something.
I should have brought the big bag.
Here, now twist the right page.
Cody?
Okay. Oh. So now
I don't think
she's
it's
not
here right
sitting
now. It hasn't been here for a little while.
But she could probably move the block to the outside of the garden.
It's awesome. I love it.
Yeah.
Good, if you could get one. I'll bring it tomorrow.
Yeah, see now she's twisting from the low back again, so she would go back.
Yeah.
It's my super flexible people that have that hard time. And she was the same way. They want to twist from down here.
We get taught these things.
Because you have to use muscles to twist open. Instead of just flexi.
But I think all the sports.
Oh, gosh, yes. Yes.
But when she did that, you opened up.
Yeah, so much more. All right, how do you guys feel about all that?
Yeah.
You still have one more to go?
Just one side.
Okay.
I'm happy that we are in the, I know, which like really qualified team together rather than. Right, there's a lot that goes into like, you're gonna twist this way.
Yes, thank you.
I'm gonna have you say that again so Kim can hear.
Come talk to me, Jazz.
I said that I'm glad we're gonna be
like qualified to more so teach beginners rather than advanced poses, because there's a lot that goes into it.
Oh,
And you're
totally.
focusing on alignment, because it
Yeah.
revolve triangle, half moon, those
Yeah.
are actually advanced postures in the
Oh,
regular
for sure.
yoga world.
Yeah, no, well, not revolved. Like, even though every day in Ashtanga, like, I can't even open up all the way if I do it right, like aligned, I should say. It's a lot, yeah, a lot of factors.
I couldn't imagine trying to teach a whole room that, like, oh my goodness, like eyes on everybody, like that's really, it's an intense posture. So,
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's why you say things like, if you, like kind of like we did with you, because you were twisted open all the way safely in alignment. So then we said,
Mhm.
if you are able to press your feet and your shoulders are stacked, then you can bring your hand down to your foot. Like
Makes
if
sense.
you're able to do this, then you can take the next
Mhm.
step. If your shoulders are not stacked, stay exactly where you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even that knowledge, I would imagine, takes a number
I
of
can see
years.
how people would be like, they want to force it. too.
Yes,
really-
that's the hardest part, is people will want to go further when
Yeah.
they're not, when it's not actually safe.
For sure.
What did you say, Kim?
I could see how that would take a number of years though to even know those like stacking cues of like if this then that, and to have that understanding of
Yeah.
the different distinctions.
Yeah, and for that, I think like triangle would be the only one where we would use the word stacked, right? If your shoulders
Oh,
are
yeah.
lined up, if your
Oh, I mean
shoulders
the
are
like
lined
if
up.
this, then this, if this, then
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that's what I
Oh,
mean by
yes,
stack.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get the cues for like supported fish pose, let alone like revolve triangle, you know?
Yeah, I was telling them that these, like, you guys are all good for the beginner stuff, like we've gone over those, this is all more for your personal practice and eventually
Yeah.
maybe all levels class.
like
Because
it.
all of these you can teach in different levels, you know, with the blocks, even headstand. Even in my level 2 class, I teach headstand. Say like, okay, if you're not here, then you're gonna start with this. Okay, we're gonna do a couple of just on the floor things, okay? So, right? Are you guys super excited to do these things? I mean, we're not doing it today.
I actually am.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never tried it for Yeah. The feathered peacock pose. Okay, so we have these transitional twists that are on your, I wouldn't say go for Marichyasana C, but you can if you want, but look at the page that says transitional twists. Do a couple of those. It's to feel good. Lie down, hug your back. I do want to show you one thing though, when you're doing a twist. Can you bring Kim by you so she can see me? So think about, I mean, check this out. Is she not in revolved triangle right here pretty much? Just her feet are together? Do you see how her rib cage is twisted open? If you turn her to the side, like that's very similar to a lying down like revolved triangle, right? With the feet together. So we can certainly, I'm gonna show you guys here. We can certainly just do this on the floor as just revolved stomach pose, whatever. But I want to show you a way to turn this into an alignment thing too. So right, monkey. Okay. So basically I have a block on the floor, right? I'm keeping my shoulder blades on the floor. Pretend this arm is straight. Keeping my shoulder blades on the floor. 90-degree angle. Now from the rib cage, I'm gonna keep the rib cage on the floor and allow my feet to drop to the side. I'm not moving them forward or up to make it easier. I'm just revolving the belly. Where are my blocks? So you want another one? Actually, I just need one, but I just need it under my feet. Okay. Oh my God, help me. Okay, now check this out, and I don't know if you need to bring Kim like above me to see this.
Right.
But where my legs are not at a 90-degree angle anymore because somewhere in my body I have tightness. See how my legs are like down?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so somebody move the block so that my legs are straight 90-degree angle. Better?
Tell me if you can't see. I cannot see what you're seeing.
Oh, you're good. Yeah.
This is actually a lot of freaking work.
Really?
You're
I'm just
doing
like,
it.
you're like just holding your legs up on your own, like.
For someone like me that has really poor mobility in the spine, the thoracic spine, this is so huge. This is a restorative twist that I should be doing every day. So, but people they'll wanna cheat or compensate on this. So if you're gonna do this, do it honestly, okay? All right, and then to come out of it, I'm just gonna bend. Whew. Okay, so do your regular twist. This is just to recover a little bit before we do the head in the yoga belt thing. Okay? And you guys can try that revolved stomach pose with the straight legs. It's actually difficult.
She said you just went up and
Oh,
yeah,
that
it was in the homework.
Yeah. Yeah, it's in the asana packet, the second half of the asana packet. It's really
Which
cool
is
to
in
do
the
that
straight
revolved stomach pose with the wall. If your legs are just far enough from the wall, it allows you to be honest with your legs where the wall is. Yeah, that's good. So what if you are going to be doing an all levels class and a revolved triangle, do you think you'd want this as part of your warm up?
No.
The answer is yes.
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 Oh, wait, this particular one or just
This particular, this twist, like if you're gonna be doing standing revolved twists that are difficult, do some passive twists that are easier. Open up the body first.
That is a deep twist though.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Am I at 90?
And does your foot have to be on the floor? Or?
It should only because we're trying to have straight, yeah. Otherwise it would be on the wall or something like that too. Did you try it yet?
Yeah, I had one foot on the stage.
So for me, I know that, I mean, you guys saw what let's put it this way. If you're able to keep your shoulder blades on the floor and twist your legs all the way to the floor, then technically you should be able to do revolved triangle. But because revolved triangle takes so much muscle, this is why it's hard. So you can kind of see what's going on in the body. When I have people do a supine tree pose, which is this, I, on purpose, ask them to bring their heel as close to the body as possible and then drop the heel out to the knee out to the side. If they do this, technically standing up, they should be able to do it also. But if the muscle isn't there, it's not gonna happen. So we kind of do that sometimes to prepare. I'm gonna twist on the other side.
You want a 90? Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah, and if I'm being honest with my feet, like Tadasana legs, look at how far away my shoulder is from the floor. I would need blankets here. But I could cheat and do this. Now my leg is like way shorter than the other. Look, I'm doing it, guys. I'm doing it.
Just like 3 weeks shorter.
I know. Yeah. But it gives information about your body. Okay.
Everyone's just like rolling around.
It's so
Feels
fun.
kind of good.
It does. It feels good. And then hug your knees after the twisting you're doing. Do happy baby, something like that. We're gonna do a traction pose. And then we're gonna close it up.
I feel like we're tighter on the side or your feet were like
And her shoulders lifted a little bit.
definitely tighter on the side.
What did you just call that? A traction pose? Like
Yeah,
PR?
so we're gonna be doing, hold on, let me show you. Supta Hasta Padangusthasana. And not the one we're used to. We're talking restorative sit to knee pose or hand to toe pose.
Cool.
So have a yoga belt, make it into a loop. Do you remember I showed you guys the yoga belts on the doorknob where you hang your head?
Yep.
And it puts the neck in traction, or if you have the belt under somebody's head and gently pull, it helps with traction. Don't do that to beginners, but it's an option for like your partner or something to try it on. This is a traction pose, but you're using your own body to help with it. So Supta is what? Supine. Prone is on the belly. Supta is reclining. Hasta, hand. Pada Dushasana. Pada, yeah. All right, so this is Supta Pada Pada Dushasana, okay? We are gonna end up doing this. This is a restorative version of that. Oh man, this is gonna be so good. All right, so depending on the length of your torso, your leg, whatever, this is gonna matter. Oh, we're putting it around the ball mound of the foot and then around the base of the skull. And then we're hanging out. I gotta take my dang rubber bands out, but I'm willing to sacrifice my hair for this. If it's on the wrong part of the head, it's gonna not be good. So it's kind of like that flat part. Just let everything go here. How does it feel? Yours is, I don't know. If it feels good, stay where you are. How does it feel, Kim?
A little weird. I think, I don't know.
Your belt needs to be longer. You're like,
I know, I'm like crunching.
you're
I
like
don't know if it's
practically
long enough.
head to knee already.
Like a little weird.
So I'm like, I don't know about this.
Look, if your leg is not beyond 90 degrees, or at least just a little bit, then it's not gonna be, that the opposing forces are not gonna help you. It's gonna actually not work. So
It's
make
not the
your belt
restorative.
a little longer. Make your belt a little longer. How about for the rest of you? Do you need to make your belt a little longer? It should feel good.
Where's? You got down. Gotta get like you.
You're still too high up. Unless this feels good. You're, oh my God, Sam. Put it a little higher. Oh my God, okay, now I gotta start my video over because that was ridiculous. What is going on, Polly? What? Play with it a little bit. Maybe before was better.
I have no idea. What am I doing wrong? Is my leg supposed to be more straight up? That's my bad leg. Maybe I should try.
I'm not gonna down this. I don't know if I'm doing it right.
I feel like your throat is cut off. Hold on. So, does it feel good?
No, I don't feel anything. I just feel like I'm trying to like do it right.
Does yours feel good?
It is the beginning, but now I'm getting used to it. Like
Okay. Your belt needs to be longer. Yours needs to be shorter. Do the other side. Yeah. How does yours feel?
Like under your ears.
No, actually, it's gonna go like a higher.
So right here.
Why the hell is this so difficult?
I don't know.
I don't. Okay. All right, class, we're ditching this idea. Get
My
rid of
rope,
it.
mine's too short.
do you know what? This happens in regular classes where you're like, what the fuck? All right, get your heads out of the straps.
Just in the back of your head.
Wait a second. Everyone has to see this video. Right? When I scan over to Sam, I'll show you. That was too much. Hold on, let me watch it first, because.
I don't like these ones. I've never.
Oh. Hold on, let me find it.
Yeah.
Oh.
My eyeballs.
And then you totally side on me. Hold on, let me see Kim, if you can see it. This is too much. Watch Sam.
Oh yeah.
What's wrong with mine?
Watch the way she looks at me.
Right, too, I'm like.
Oh my gosh.
That's good.
Sam, that's
All right.
amazing.
It did feel good?
Yeah.
Okay.
How you doing that?
We are just going to do a restorative pose. So pick, we did the hip twist one, right? Okay, we've done Matsyasana, Baddha Konasana.
Put your right leg down.
There is a, yeah, that'll help too. But it might just not be a pose for most of us. We also do child's pose restorative sometimes, which is in your books too. So let's try that. But if you hate restorative, or if you hate child's pose or don't love child's pose, we can not do it. So Kim, I don't know how big your bolster is. You might want to go with Matsyasana and just watch this. Can somebody pull up the child's pose restorative in the packets? It might be under Supta Vipassana. Is that it right there? That's the what is that one?
That's just child's pose.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Or Salamba is supported. Salamba Vipassana or Balasana. Okay. It takes a block. Put the bolster on the block. Blanket for the knees. Yeah, let me see. Okay. And that one it's flat, which also feels good with just hugging the pillow and then having a block for the head. But what you can do, this can be part of the breathing in the beginning of your class, right? So knees wide enough for the bolster, and then you're just kind of hugging this thing. You could also put a blanket behind the knees, of course. And Kim, is your block underneath your bolster?
Yeah.
Okay. You have a thinner bolster, so it might not be as comfortable. So if it's not comfortable, you could stack a blanket on top of it to make it higher. Or you can just go into push pose. Any last minute adjustments? So that the body feels safe to let go. Allow the hips to be heavy. Each time you exhale, softening the hips towards the heels or the floor. Feeling the shoulders drop. And allowing the belly to be soft, even though it's supported by the bolster. Maybe you can begin to start bringing your breath and your awareness to the back of the body. Each inhale and exhale. And at any time, if you feel as if you want to turn your head or move in any way, go ahead and do so. Otherwise, we'll rest here for a few moments in silence. Haven't turned to the other cheek. Do so now. Use your breath to drop back in. Just a few more breaths here. Deep inhales, back of the body, long exhales through the nose or the mouth. And just take a few moments to just give a nod to yourself, to thank you for all the hard work you've done today. Knowing that just this rest time at the end of our day helps with integrating these things into every thread of your life now, not just your physical body, but what you do off the mat as well. Just allow it to settle. When you're ready, you can start to move slowly out of this, maybe just by bringing your hands to the mat, maybe slowly lifting the head. And then eventually I want you to end up on your back, so you can take a stretch, another hug with the knees. we're only gonna stay lying down for that stretch of lengthening the spine after being in that restorative pose. Stretch, hug the knees, do a happy baby if you want. Anything that you feel like the body needs here. And then eventually we're gonna end up in a seated position. So make sure when you roll to your side, you go to your side completely to use the strength of your arms to push up. And then we'll just come to the seated position with our hands together in front of our hearts. Coming into the circle-ish position. Just to close out our day, thank you so much. Appreciate you guys, nice job. Nice job, everyone. Okay. We'll see you tomorrow at 9. Kim, I have to get you these. I have a paper that is, it's just a handout that, I know I said I didn't get any handouts, but I did get this. This is just 2 sheets. It just says the benefits of forward bends and the benefits of back bends. We're not doing back bends just yet, but I want to give you both of these. So I'll make sure I get that to you, and then the rest of you just grab these. And just take the 2 and pass them on. And just remember, self-check, cleanliness, just gather up your space, organize it, and we'll be ready again tomorrow to learn. All right, see you later.
Have a good night, y'all.
Bye.